Hello, and welcome to the Daily Rings of Power podcast, your not-so-daily dose of the latest news, rumours, and speculation about the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power. The day is Wednesday, September 11th, and I'm your host, Harry. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. So, first of all, an apology. This episode is a little late, and really all the episodes are quite late at this point. If you follow me on Twitter or are one of my supporters on Patreon, you will have seen that I had to take a break from being active and making content for the last 5 days or so, due to some personal issues I was dealing with. I won't bore you by going on about it anymore, but I am sorry that this episode has been delayed, and that I never got around to putting out individual spoiler reviews for episodes 3 or 4. However, as many of you will know, last Wednesday I did host a live stream with my ever-wonderful co-host Anna, where we had an in-depth discussion of the first 3 episodes. I'm sure a lot of you have already watched the YouTube recording of the live stream, but despite it taking me a whole week, I still wanted to make sure all you podcast-only listeners had access to this audio-only version. As for my review of episode 4 or a breakdown episode with Anna, I'm afraid I can't promise when or even if those will happen, but by the time you've listened to this, I may have hosted another live stream talking about that very episode. I guess all of you in the future can find out whether I failed or not as a content creator. But before we get into last week's discussion with Anna, we must of course begin the episode with a reading from the professor's work. Today's reading comes from the Silmarillion, a Calibaith. And it came to pass that Tar Palantir grew weary of grief, and died. He had no son, but a daughter only, whom he named Miriel in the Elven tongue. And to her now by right and the laws of the Númenóreans came the sceptre. But Pharazôn took her to wife against her will, doing evil in this, and evil also in that the laws of Númenor did not permit the marriage, even in the royal house, of those more nearly akin than cousins in the second degree. And when they were wedded, he seized the sceptre into his own hand, taking the title of Ar-Pharazôn, Tar-Calion in the Elven tongue. And the name of his queen he changed to Ar-Zimrafel. The mightiest and proudest was Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, of all those that had wielded the sceptre of the Sea Kings since the foundation of Númenor. And 24 kings and queens had ruled the Númenóreans before, and slept now in their deep tombs under the mount of Meneltarma, lying upon beds of gold. Now, as was the case for episode 42, this episode is here for those of you who prefer the audio-only format. So if you have already watched last week's livestream, please don't feel like you need to listen again. And just like with the last livestream episode, I do hope you can forgive the slightly diminished audio quality and the lack of tight editing that I simply do not have time to do on a marathon episode like this. Nevertheless, for those who have been waiting many days already, I really do hope you enjoy our breakdown of the first 3 episodes. So, without further ado, let's dive in. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to our second ever live stream, and of course, our first live stream covering the new season. First of all, just wanted to say welcome to everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Obviously, I'm joined by Anna, my returning co-host for these episodes, and always for our breakdowns of the new episodes. Wow, that is a lot of people in the chat. Mildly terrifying.
Slightly terrifying.
Last time I was able to say everyone's name and say hello, but there's just so many of you this time. So hello, welcome. Just a few bits of housekeeping right off the top. Obviously, the episode's released 6 days ago, and we're now going live and recording our breakdown for the first 3 episodes today. It's just a schedule thing, guys. Anna and I have busy lives. Well, Anna has a busy life, and I like to pretend to. And so we just weren't able...
The worst thing about it is that we actually got a head start. And did we utilize it at all? No, we did not.
No, we literally saw the episodes over a week before everyone else, and what did we do at that time? Not a lot, really. Just had private freakouts about certain scenes, and apart from that, we didn't do anything effective. So, yeah, obviously I released my episode 1 and 2 review. I was going to release an episode 3 review, but for those of you on the Patreon, you'll know I was having a terrible time with it, couldn't write, was just... didn't like anything I was writing, and then Anna and I decided we were going to do this breakdown, and we were going to do it live, and I thought, well, there's no point recording a separate episode 3 review because I'm going to talk to Anna. Anyway, all the admin out the way, Anna, welcome back to the show. How are you?
I'm great. I'm happy to be back. I mean, it's very exciting because we get to talk about the 3 episodes and be excited, and then we have episode 4 coming tomorrow, so it's kind of perfect timing for us, actually. The one thing I was going to say is, how does my audio sound to everyone? But Katie's actually just told me that it sounds good, which is good. I'm a little bit blurry, but listen, guys, if there's one thing about me, it's either going to be my audio or my camera that lets me down, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, it's really exciting to be back, and I don't think I've ever been as frustrated in my life. I mean, I was so grateful to be able to see the first 2 episodes in the cinema, but I don't think I've ever been as frustrated as I was when I came out, and all I wanted to do was like scream and shout and talk to everyone about what I'd seen, because I know that you guys would have such like interesting thoughts about it all. Trying to keep that in was very hard, but I'm so glad we can all kind of come together and scream about it now, because there's so much to talk about.
And we should actually as well, because I remembered that some people on Twitter said when we went to the premiere, and by the way, we should add, I know I've said this on several episodes now, but just fair disclaimer so everyone knows, we were invited by Prime Video. No, we were not paid to be there, but we were invited. So that's how we went to the world premiere. But I know some people wanted to briefly talk about our experience at the premiere. I mean, Anna, I know it was, God, how long ago was that now? 2 weeks ago? But what are your kind of big memories from that day in London, going to the premiere, walking the carpet, seeing the episodes, all that?
I don't think I've ever been quite as stressed out in my life, I'm not going to lie. We kind of got ushered onto the golden red carpet, and there were these people with cameras shouting at us, you know, going, move left, move right, and that was when my brain decided to confuse me and I went in the wrong direction, which was quite embarrassing. But it was such a lovely day. It was nice to be around so many Tolkien fans. I got to meet a lot of people who I'd seen kind of in the Tolkien community before, but I'd never got the chance to meet them in person. And it was just such an incredible experience. You know, the cast are so lovely. We got to see some of the costumes. We got to experience those episodes with people around us reacting to them, and it was like, yeah, God, it's still hard after 2 weeks to like put into words what it was like.
Yeah, and I should say as well, like, you're not lying about the horrible experience of... I know a lot of people say, what are you complaining about? You got to walk the red carpet and get your pictures taken. Guys, I cannot explain it to you any other way that having photographers shout at you, especially if you're like me, or, you know, and I assume Anna as well, and a little bit socially anxious and a little bit nervous, and I really don't like having my picture taken, and as Anna will tell you, I'm a terrible photographer, so it goes both ways.
He's a very bad photographer.
I am terrible. I've been told this repeatedly. But when you have these people shouting at you, and Anna can vouch for this, so Anna had gone before me, and I walked off the carpet and walked over to Anna, and I doubled over because I'd stopped breathing, and I was like, I'm going to be sick, I'm going to faint, oh God, what just happened? And it was a genuinely unpleasant experience, so I would not want to do that again. But as for seeing the episodes in the cinema, I mean, it was great. One fun thing that I don't think we've talked about on Twitter is that obviously we were in the same cinema as all the cast and their family and friends. And so I think we just sat down in our seats, and I kind of had looked over my shoulder, and I turned back to you, and I just went, Anna, the stranger's sitting 2 rows behind us.
And we just turn around and he's just eating popcorn.
Really surreal.
Very surreal. And the last thing I want to say actually is a comment that Chris put. They said, I was glad to have 3 episodes. Can't imagine not seeing Numenor on the big screen. Oh boy, do I have a quick story to tell you. So I went to the season 1 premiere as a fan, and I got to meet Lloyd Owen, who plays Elendil. And the one thing that I said to him was, I'm such a big fan of Elendil. I'm so glad to like finally see him on the big screen. And he said to me, very sorry, but Numenor's in episode 3, so you're not going to see me on the big screen today. And so this year, when I found out I was going to the premiere, I said to Lloyd, oh my gosh, finally we get to see Numenor on the big screen. And he just replied to me and he said, you're going to be very disappointed again. So listen, season 3 might be finally the time we get to see Numenor on the big screen, but we've been very unlucky so far.
Yeah, it was a weird one, but and I guess when we talk about the episodes and some of the specific scenes, we could talk about as well seeing them in the cinema for the first time, because some of them provoked strong reactions from the audience. But one thing that was particularly charming was that with some of the cast, you could tell their friends or family were very excited to see them, because when a certain character would appear on screen, you just hear this cheer go up from somewhere behind, because we were sitting quite near the front of the theatre, and you'd hear a cheer or a whoop go up as whichever character appeared on screen. And then it was just very surreal, because as we were walking out the cinema, I think I ended up walking out right next to, I think it was who was I walking next to?
Is it Megan Richards?
Yes, that was it. It was Megan Richards. I was just like, oh, hey Poppy, cool. So anyway,
yeah, I think I got up after the screening and turned around and just made eye contact with Leon, who plays Kemen, like as he was mid sip of water, and I was just like, don't look.
Yeah, it was a strange experience overall, but I have to say it was just to kind of wrap that up, it was a wonderful day, like we said, from kind of going to the premiere, walking the carpet, that was terrible, but everything else was great. And they had the costume exhibit, which was amazing, and then of course seeing the first 2 episodes. And one thing that I don't think we talked about as well, which was really nice, they actually, JD and Patrick, the 2 showrunners, came up on stage before the screening started and just gave a little introductory speech, and it was the first time I've really seen them speak in person, and they do just come across as 2 very sweet, very nerdy obviously, but 2 really lovely guys. And so it's just kind of nice to see them talking in that kind of closed environment, not in a formal press interview, but just kind of talking to an audience about all the love and work that had gone into it.
It was lovely, and I think it was JD Payne quoted Tolkien so many times in like the speech he did before the showing, so it was like my nerd heart was just a little bit happy with that. One thing I do want to preface actually before we start, a fly decided to fly into my room about 5 minutes before we started this live stream, and he's taken up residence just next to my computer here, but I'm an avid insect lover, so I won't like swat him away or anything, so he might just fly across the camera a few times, but just in case anyone sees that happen.
That's all right. Your camera's so blurry that no one would be able to know.
See, it has its perks. But anyway.
Wait, the other perk is last time we did a live stream when your camera wasn't blurry, you got so many comments going, Anna, you're so gorgeous. Anna, you're so beautiful. Won't happen now, because now you just look like a kind of blurry, pale blob. So I'm winning today.
Exactly. So everyone compliment Harry, please.
Yeah, my fragile ego definitely needs it. Right, anyway, we've done 10 minutes of preamble, but this is fun because usually this is all just, this usually doesn't even make the recording where we're just rambling and getting ready to record. So this was really nice. And lovely to see everyone following along in chat. If you have any questions that you want to ask while we're going, drop them in. We'll obviously try and get to as many as possible.
Yeah, we got a comment from Brian Mason who said test comment. So just in case you haven't seen it come through, we can see your comments. So you're all good.
Oh, damn. My tactic worked okay because half the people are saying, Anna, you're gorgeous, and then there's like one person saying, Harry, you look nice as well.
Thank you, T. See, T's hit both parks. She says, Anna, you're beautiful, and Harry, you look okay.
Listen, I'll take okay. Every day of the week, by God. Apparently I'm a shiny blob, which is accurate because there is a lot of reflective room on the top of my dome.
You're just episode 1 Sauron.
I am. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Right, so just to give you guys an idea of how we're going to try and tackle our discussion today. Obviously, we've got 3 episodes to discuss, 2 of which we've seen for a couple of weeks now. 1 we only saw last week and have probably just watched less and had less time to think about. But we're not going to try and go through episode by episode because that's more for the individual reviews. And also, it's quite difficult to go through these 3 episodes kind of scene by scene without this being a 6-hour long episode. And Anna and I have promised each other that this isn't going to be one of our stupid record-breaking long sessions. It's going to be nice and contained by our standards. So I'm not saying it's going to be short, but it's not going to be ridiculous. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off, talk about our overall impressions of the first 3 episodes. Then we're going to talk about our 3 favourite things from across the 3 episodes. It could be a storyline, a character, a theme, a line, whatever it might be. I don't know what Anna's going to say. Anna doesn't know what I'm going to say. So if we've chosen the same 3, that'll be a quick feature. Benjamin, I see you in the chat. Harry, I love your hair. Benjamin, if you weren't a patron, then I would work out how to block you from YouTube chat. But also, this is my second YouTube live stream, and I don't know how to do that, so you get away with that. Anyway, where was I? Yes, so we'll do our top 3 favourite things. Then we're going to go through each storyline, and we'll just kind of go through these storylines across the 3 episodes. Obviously, some don't appear in all episodes, but we're going to start with Sauron from the prologue through to the Mordor storyline. Then we're going to do Lindon, kind of from the 3 Rings all the way through to Elrond and Galadriel departing. We're going to do Eregion, obviously Celebrimbor's initial isolation, right through the Anatar reveal, and then making more rings. We'll do a bit on Khazad-dûm, although that obviously ties into Eregion. Then we'll do the Southlands, then we'll do Númenor, those 2 are obviously tied together, and then at the end we'll do Rhûn, and no prizes for guessing why we're leaving Rhûn till last. Complete mystery why we do that. Okay, Anna, anything else you want to add before we get started, or any comments you want to address in the chat?
Yeah, I do want to just say that Brandon is on team shaved heads. He said shaved heads are better, so listen, you've got supporters in the chat. Halbrand's pouch has just nicely touched on the fact that tomorrow is in fact Tom Bombadil Day. So okay,
let me address that first. I have known for weeks that the episode 4 title was Eldest, and I've just been keeping it because I didn't want to leak it because I don't really like leaking these episode titles, but B, I didn't want to leak it because I didn't want Bombadil fans to get excited. Anyway, we'll cover our expectations for episode 4 at the end of our discussion. Let's not waste any more time. And as the Age of the Ring says, I love the bald elf representation in the first 3 episodes. You see, there's still a chance. The elves fade, and I'm just fading a lot more quickly than the other elves, so there's still a chance. JD and Patrick, hit me up. I can do a job. Okay, so let's start off with that first point, our initial impressions of the first 3 episodes. And obviously we saw the first 2 episodes a while ago, and then we saw episode 3 a week ago. So Anna, maybe talk about them together, or if you want to talk about them separately, but thinking about how you felt after the first 3 episodes of season 1, how are you feeling after the first 3 episodes of season 2?
I mean, I feel confident. I think when you first go into a new season or a new chapter of anything, there is always that worry that it's not quite going to live up to the expectations it's built. Because I think one of the things that the marketing did really well was get me unfathomably excited for this season, and I was that excited that I was like, are the full episodes gonna live up to what I've built in my head? And they absolutely did, and I don't think it is even just seeing them on the big screen, because obviously we watched episodes 1 and 2 in the cinema, but I watched episode 3 by myself after I got back from work, and it still had that same impact on me, so no matter where I was, it just felt like that same reaction I had in season 1, which was we're back in Middle Earth, and this time there's just so much more confidence behind it. There's so much more scale. Everything is just on another level, I think in episodes 1 and 2, the pacing issue that people had in season 1, I think they kind of eradicated that. Straight into episode 1, I was like, okay, they've kind of thought about this really well. just everything, like the character development carrying on from season 1. You can feel the threads being carried into season 2. The new character reveals, oh my goodness, we will get into it when we talk about Lyndon, but Kia Dan and Ben Daniels was just, I was almost speechless, you know. I think episode 3, I didn't find the pacing as good, but I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get onto kind of Numenor and everything. But it was still my favourite episode of the 3 that we saw, which I find quite interesting because episode 3 was also my favourite in season 1. So I'm going to kind of keep an eye on that and see if it's the same this time around. But just everything. I mean, even Bear McCreary with the score, I think I cried or almost cried at least 3 separate times just because of the music in the background. And just everything, you know. I've written down, I have a few performances that stood out to me, which was really hard because it's hard to choose a standout in these episodes because everyone's just incredible. But a few of the names I put down were Ben Daniels, Maxim Baldry, Benjamin Walker, Charlie Vickers, and Cynthia Addai-Robinson. It was so hard to narrow them down because I think everyone just kind of outperformed themselves from season 1. But just, I don't know what else to say except they've done it bigger and better, and I don't even know how that was possible.
I totally agree. Obviously, when we saw the first 2 episodes, we saw them on the big screen, but I can't really say that was different to season 1, because obviously season 1 we went to the premiere when they did, just the normal fan tickets and invites. So it wasn't that I was suddenly like, oh my god, big screen Lord of the Rings again. It was just more that every set, every shot just felt like, you know, it's funny, I've seen people saying, like, it's so nice to watch a TV show that cost a lot of money and looks like it costs a lot of money, because there's so many TV shows and films that have these huge budgets, and yet when you then see the end product, you're kind of sitting there going, where did the money go on this? Whereas The Rings of Power, I don't think anyone can watch it and say, oh, this looks cheap, or they cheaped out on the VFX or costumes or sets or whatever it might be. So just in terms of my initial impressions, it was just that reminder of truly how large scale and how epic The Rings of Power is. I totally agree with you, by the way. I think episodes 1 and 2 pacing much better. I didn't have a lot of problems with the pacing of season 1, but I've completely understood why the general audience did, in just things moving a bit slowly, you know, it taking till episode 5 or 6 of the season for it to feel like things really got started. Episode 3, I think we both probably have quite a few issues with in terms of the pacing and the editing, but we will get onto that when we, no surprises, talk about Numenor. And then I think the only other kind of overall thought I want to leave at this stage is just that one thing I think they've done really well this season is that the episodes feel thematically coherent. And what I mean by that is that in season 1 you had a lot of great episodes, but there are only a couple I can really think of where when you switched between the different storylines, it felt like we were still addressing the same themes or the same ideas or the same kind of narrative through lines. Whereas, like, you think about this season and episode 3, this is where episode 3 shined, actually. Episode 3 felt so incredibly narratively coherent in terms of dealing with trauma, dealing with loss, father-son issues, family issues, you know, all these coherent themes went through every single one of the storylines that were shown. So before we even get to kind of talk about episode 3 specifically, I will just say that I think where it lacked in terms of the pacing and editing, I think it really excelled in terms of being thematically coherent. And the last thing I just want to say is I did see Katie ask, will I be answering some of the questions from the Patreon post? Yes, Katie, I have gathered every one of you lovely patrons who left me a question, and they're spread out through the different storylines. So depending on what you asked about, I'll ask that when we get to it. Anna, any other thoughts you wanted to add about the kind of overall impressions before we move on to our top 3 things?
Yeah, so the only thing I really wanted to kind of add from what you said was, you know, obviously you say there was no budget spared at all with this, and I think that that's something that I really noticed as well, is on like a few of the points that I made as I was going through this. You know, I'm not a very technically minded person, you know, like when I watch films and shows, I'm not usually thinking about stuff that's going on behind the scenes, but there were moments in this when I was like, the costuming department is incredible here, the sound design is like on another level here. There's like moments that I can pick out, for example, when Nenya falls down the step, the kind of twinkling sound that accompanies it really stuck out to me in that moment. And it's just like, there wasn't just money flung at this for no reason, you know. There's people who care about it behind the scenes, and I think we've said this before, you can just feel the love for Tolkien and the love for the universe and just the pure dedication that goes on behind the scenes in kind of every moment.
It's funny, the sound design is one thing in particular I've noticed has been getting a lot of praise, and not just the music, but the actual sound effects, the Foley work, you know. I think especially some of the scenes with the orcs or with Shelob and the spiders, like the sound design is insane in those scenes, like genuinely horrifying or uncomfortable, or like you say with the ring where you can almost feel the weight of the ring as it drops down the stairs. But yeah, just, I mean, we could go on and on about the kind of general things, but I'm sure we'll touch on all of these as we go through. But as we said, what we're going to do before we dive into the individual storylines is talk about our 3 favourite things from the first 3 episodes. So, Anna, I will, as the guest, I will let you go first. What is the first of your 3 favourite things from the first 3 episodes?
Okay, so this was my favourite thing, and I think that this is still probably my favourite thing from just the whole 3 episodes in general, but particularly episode 1 is the Golden Leaf scene, and particularly Benjamin Walker's song, Gil-galad's song. Just, I got emotional when I watched it happen, you know, in real time. Just, I think everything about that was what I wanted from this season, you know, the music, the sound design, the characters all there. We had Gil-galad, we had Círdan, we had Galadriel, Elrond. It was just, my like Tolkien heart was like bursting at the seams watching this happen. It was sad in a way, because we had poor Elrond in the background looking like he didn't really know how to deal with the emotions he was feeling. But the look on all the elves' faces, I mean, that's another kind of hats off to the people behind the scenes, because I know people have mentioned actually the background shots of the elves, but even the focuses we got on them, I could feel everyone's like happiness and excitement, and just that shift from the fading elves to this new hope. It was just, everything about it was incredible, and just seeing the life come back to Lindon, just the cinematography, the music, everything just came together, and it was just perfect.
It was, and I think I tweeted when I couldn't, before we could, you know, talk about things from a spoiler perspective, when we had to do kind of spoiler-free thoughts, I said that there was a shot in one of the episodes that nearly made me cry, and it was a shot of it, just a leaf floating in the river, and of course that comes in the Golden Leaf scene where you see Galadriel look up and the leaves are falling from the tree, and then the camera follows one of these leaves as it falls into the river and then floats down before going over the waterfall. And it's a particular part of the song that's Ben singing that really gets me, and it's that shot, and it's the symbolism of the leaf floating away and the fading of the elves. And I just thought it was one of those beautiful storytelling moments, which I was going to say, without dialogue, obviously song, it very much within Tolkien is a form of dialogue, but I just thought it was one of those moments where the best thing about Tolkien is where images or songs or something like that transcends the need for something to be described to you. And that was one of those shots that just like I said, it really moved me. I remember being in the premiere theatre and feeling my eyes well up, because I was just like, this is so beautiful. So while that wasn't one of the things I'd listed as my top 3, it very easily could have been, because it was and I mean, God, the amount of times I've listened to Benjamin Walker sing that, you know, it's on repeat on my Spotify, I've got to be honest.
It's incredible. I mean, I think Bear McCreary posted about it the other day, but, you know, it's like kudos to him and Benjamin Walker, and also Leith McPherson, who's obviously the behind the scenes, like Tolkien dialect kind of coach for that. But my gosh, it's just one of those things, you know, like, He could have easily delivered those lines or talked about the elves fading as he does after the song, but the inclusion of the song, as you say, it's just so Tolkien, and I like that there's more of that this season. You know, obviously we're going to get a bit more of it with Mr. Bombadil, But I love songs, and I love Tolkien, and I love when they're combined. It's just, it just hits you where it's supposed to.
Yeah, absolutely. The first of my three favourite things, and I don't think this will shock anyone who's been following me on Twitter, but it was absolutely the introduction and all the scenes involving, of course, Círdan the shipwright. I mean, where do I even begin with this? I was obviously so excited when I found out that they were going to be doing Círdan in season 2. I was even more excited when I found out that Ben Daniels would be the one playing him. And even still, even with all that excitement, even with all that expectation, I think they surpassed my expectations in every single way. From the way they told you so much about Círdan, just with those 2 shots of him looking out to sea from the end of his boathouse, from the shot of him silhouetted on the hillside with the stars above him as the sun set, from his dialogue with Elrond, where he referred to Eärendil and told Elrond that his father would have been proud of him, to him making jokes about Rúmil and Daeron being a drunkard and insufferable to listen to. And every time he appeared on screen, I just thought, oh my god, part of me just wishes he'd been here throughout season 1, because I know we're going to get him for 4 seasons anyway, but is there any way to get in a time machine and turn back so we got even more scenes with him last season? I mean, I think the show has done a wonderful job with a lot of Tolkien's characters, whether it's Elrond, whether it's with Galadriel, whether it's with Gil-galad, but I don't think any of them have won me over in so few scenes than Ben Daniels as Círdan. And I know I'm biased on both the Ben Daniels front, but I don't think I'm biased on the Círdan front, because I think if they'd messed Círdan up, I would have been really disappointed. But I feel like you're in agreement with me on this one, Anna.
I am. You mean, you took one of my 3 points anyway, so that was...
There we go.
He's just... I think the thing is, he could have had no dialogue in any of these episodes, and I think he still would have won us over. Like, the kind smile, and I do not think that they could have picked a person more apt to the description of having eyes as keen as stars. I don't know how he does it, but he has Círdan's eyes. They are one and the same. And it's just, he really... I was a bit worried that they would kind of give him sort of a role that Gil-galad had in season 1, where it was like, he's there, but we're not going to see him that much. And he played a lot bigger of a role than I thought he would, which is, you know, it's good with me. And I think, gosh, we just got so much from him. And I think you referenced those moments we get where he's kind of silhouetted against the sky. And, you know, the first moment we get from him, I think one of the first things he says is something like, only in Valinor can you find true perfection. And then he looks out across the sea as the Valinor theme plays in the background. And I think that was the kind of moment I was like, okay, they've got this character down. They know exactly what they're doing. And then I think I can't remember if it was in episode 1 or 2. I think it might have been 2, but there's this shot of him shaving his beard with a seashell, and it really made me laugh, because I remember when we got the shot of him without a beard, and everyone was theorizing about it, and I was convinced that it was like a flashback to Círdan and a younger Gil-galad. That's what I thought it was. And so when it cuts to him with like shaving cream on his face, and he's just, you know, like, just incredible. That's something that I think they did really well just in this season as a whole. They really nailed this balance between seriousness and darkness, and also tenderness and humor. I think they've kind of hit that perfectly.
Yeah, I think, you know, I've seen some conversation about why did he shave, you know, will he get his beard back? And I'm just kind of like, I do sort of understand why people are curious about it, but on the other hand, I'm just like, and I broke my own golden rule. I know other people like engaging with critics of the show, and that's fine. You're more than welcome to do that, but I really try not to. It's been one of my biggest rules over the last 2 years in Twitter. But I got really annoyed and tweeted something about, you know, people saying that Ben Daniels' Círdan wasn't book accurate. But then the problem was, I also had people who were supportive going, but why has he shaved his beard off? And I'm just like, I've never understood this obsession with, like, elvish hair length or elvish skin color or elvish beard. It's just like, I am nearly 30 years old, and yet throughout my life I have changed hairstyle when I still had hair. I have shaved. I have had different styles of beard. You know, I have worn different clothes. I have done all these things in my life. And at no point during my life have I thought, but what does this mean about me as a person? And it's just like, I think sometimes we need to allow these characters to be like, listen, he's got his ring on, everything's being preserved, there's new life in Lindon, and maybe he just feels rejuvenated, you know, his hair's got a little bit of colour back, and he just wants to shave his beard. He feels younger, he's been filled with the light of Valinor, and he wants to feel younger. Remember how old Círdan is. He is the oldest elf in Middle-earth at this point, probably. Obviously, there could be some unnamed one we don't know about, but in terms of named characters, he's the oldest. He has been awake since before anything that you read about in The Lord of the Rings, in most of the Silmarillion, happens. He has been awake since the beginning. So, if he wants to shave his beard, let him shave his beard, you know?
And listen, I'm not a man, so I cannot confirm this, but this season and the rest of the seasons are going to take place over quite a while. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't take that long for a beard to grow back.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, any people who grow beards in the chat will tell you that it is annoying how quickly beards go back, because if you want to keep it trimmed, it requires constant maintenance. For example, I trimmed my beard today because I knew that I was going to be on stream, because I have so little other parts of my hair I can do anything with. You know, sometimes you've got to look after the bit of stubble you do have. But anyway, so that's a side point. I totally get why people ask, you know, is there a deeper reason? But I think it's just also like, we need to remember that elves can be quite whimsical as well, and they have interior lives, and they do things just for pleasure. And so I think, you know, let's just let that happen. And I don't think it's going to be addressed. I don't think it needs to be addressed. But yeah, Anna, I know I stole Círdan as one of your top 3 favorite things, but what is your other one that you haven't mentioned yet?
So the prologue, more specifically, the first scene of the prologue was just everything I wanted it to be. But from the kind of the death of Myron to finding Sauron back on that raft, it was just, it was this like crazy mix of just sheer brutality and also like humor that I really wasn't expecting. So I loved the crowning scene. And I was a bit unsure on Jack Lowden as the original form Sauron at first, but I think he did really well in that scene. I mean, I think we were supposed to sort of see him from the orc's perspective as this sort of, like, you're supposed to look at him and think he's not the leader that they want. And it was so good seeing, you can see the tensions build up, you know, it goes on to Sam Hazeldene's Adar and you see him kind of looking from side to side. And side note, you know, everyone knows that I was a bit worried about the recasting for Adar, but oh my goodness, has he won me over with these episodes. And just everything about the prologue. I mean, when I say there's humour, you know, as we get this body horror and Sauron kind of goop sinks into the ground and then his body is slowly reforged, I did have to look away when he like consumes the rat. I'm not good with stuff like that. I had to kind of shield my eyes.
I remember in the premiere, I kind of turned to you as it was happening, and you were almost trying to shrink back into your seat in the theatre.
For anyone who doesn't know, rats are like my favourite animal, so I was like, this is why he's the bad guy, that, you know, they've already set this up. But I was expecting this kind of like really disgusting body horror, and I think that's what we got at first, and then it just cuts to this shot of like Sauron's black goops like sliding down a snowy mountain. And I was like, I can't tell if this is supposed to be funny or not, but I found it hilarious. And we kind of follow this black goop. We see it breathing. We see it kind of flopping onto someone's cart. And I think we also get the confirmation that Halbrand's pouch, who I think might be in the chat at the moment, had really no meaning in season 1, I'm sorry to say. But yeah, it was really...
Do you remember on our last live stream, I think Halbrand's pouch was in the chat last time, and I was like, I hate to break it to you, but that pouch is not significant. And he was like, or they were like, how dare you? and then a few days. Yeah, I know. And then a few days later, we obviously ended up going to the premiere. I should actually say, this is a funny point to just ingest it now. For the people who were at our live stream, bear in mind we went on for like 4 hours talking about the final trailer. We finished that, and then I literally ended the live stream, went on Twitter, and then I was checking my emails, and that was then when I found out we were getting... Well, there was some other stuff that happened in between, but long story short, it was that evening we found out we were getting invited to the premiere. So just a bit of fun behind the scenes. So maybe you guys are a good luck charm doing these live streams.
Yeah, and I did think Harry was pranking me at first because it was about midnight our time, and I just got a phone call from him, and he doesn't introduce anything. He just goes, "Do you want to come to the premiere?" And I was like, haha, hilarious. But... yeah, just that whole scene, kind of front to back, was exactly what I wanted it to be. I will say that I still prefer the season 1 prologue, but I think that's kind of natural. You know, it started in Valinor and we got these first age flashbacks. I think that one was always going to have like a special place in my heart. But yeah, I think even when we got those kind of flashbacks to the raft, I like those really subtle differences in Halbrand's expression. You know, when Galadriel first makes her way onto the raft, they just differ really slightly from season 1 now that we know who he is. Just, it's exactly what I wanted from the start to the season, and I think a strong start like that, they've really maintained that kind of tone throughout, which I appreciate.
I mean, I'll maybe save a few more of my thoughts on the prologue to when we start discussing the storylines, but I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And I have to say, it's really lovely hearing you talk about Jack Lowden now, because I remember when we came out of the screening, I feel like when we came out of the screening at the premiere, you were still kind of almost processing it, right?
I was kind of processing it. There's so many things that I thought after seeing it for the first time that I kind of rewatched the episodes again today just to prepare for this, and I completely changed my mind on so many things. But when I came out of the screening originally, I think I said something to you along the lines of like, I don't know how I feel about him in that role. But then I kind of sat on it for a while. I watched it today, and I think when I look at it from the perspective that this isn't supposed to be kind of a grand, mighty Sauron, you know, we're almost seeing him from that perspective of the orcs who are about to rebel against him. I think I really appreciate the performance in that way, and I just love the kind of subtleties that he brought to it. I think I'll talk about it a bit more when we get into more of the discussions, but one thing I noticed is that a lot of the shots of him, he's kind of fiddling with his hands and his rings, and he's a very kind of visual performer, which I like.
He's brilliant, and I'll just say, I'll probably repeat this again later, but just want to say to everyone, I've been saying, I've recommended the show quite a few times on Twitter, but there's a show called Slow Horses, which Jack Lowden is one of the leads in. He leads in it alongside Gary Oldman, obviously, you know, kind of incredible actor, Academy Award winner, one of the best actors of his generation. But Jack Lowden is fantastic in it, and it's a very kind of John le Carré, Cold War spy sort of show, but set in modern times. But it's very funny. It's very dry. It's beautifully shot. Sam Hazeldine appears in a couple of episodes in season 1. So does their actress. I've forgotten her name. Who's in House of the Dragon? Plays Alicent. Olivia Cook. She's in the first season for a few episodes. It's got a great cast. But anyway, if you want to see more of Jack Lowden's work, cannot recommend Slow Horses highly enough. And the 4th season came out today, and I'm really annoyed because I just know I don't have the brain space to watch it at the moment, so that's going to have to wait until Rings of Power season 2 ends. But for any of you looking for something extra to watch, Slow Horses, if you enjoyed Jack Lowden, you'll love him even more than that. Okay, my second thing I loved most, again, no shock, I'm going character driven. People will remember from all mine and Anna's breakdowns of the season 1 episodes, it was sort of a weekly therapy session as I arrived and said either, why was there no Celebrimbor this episode? Or if there was Celebrimbor in that episode, I would say, why wasn't there more Celebrimbor in that episode? And it's just felt like putting a warm blanket on watching these first 3 episodes and go, not only are we getting Celebrimbor scenes, but we're getting the scenes we should be getting. We're getting the beautiful push and pull, the cat and mouse of the Celebrimbor-Anatar dynamic. We're seeing Celebrimbor's Feanorian side come through in almost every other scene. We're seeing him sway between being a victim to being this prideful, ego-driven creator, and it's just, obviously we'll talk about it more when we get to discussing Eregion, but I've been so glad to see the amount of praise that's being driven towards Charles Edwards, because I've been saying it, for 2.5 years now, and it's just so nice that people are finally recognising it. And I do appreciate that's partly because the show didn't give him enough to do in season 1, because the role was recast initially, so they had to reorder storylines, and there were COVID issues. All of that, understood, but it's just so nice. And I have to say, while I could still sit here and say, please give me more Celebrimbor scenes, every single one of the scenes we've got him has pretty much been perfect to me. Like no notes from me, to the point where I just love everything they're doing. So unsurprising that my first 2 points have both been Círdan and Celebrimbor, I guess.
It's quite funny that we've kind of switched from season 1 to where I was getting like Elendil content almost every episode, to now I'm like, please give me more, and you're just like, this is perfect. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm almost kind of sad at how perfect Charles Edwards is as Celebrimbor, because we have him now for such a little amount of time. But, you know, I think if there was any doubts in people's mind that Charles Edwards could deliver the emotional beats and the kind of fire that we need for Celebrimbor to have those feats pulled off towards the end of the season, I think those doubts probably have vanished by now, because I couldn't think of anyone better to put in the role. He's just, the emotions he made me feel in just these 2 episodes. I think there was a moment, and it's in episode 2, so I guess I'll talk about it a bit more later, but he goes from sort of crying and weeping to laughing, and then talking about breaking out a first stage bottle of wine, all in the space of like 10 seconds. He's just, it's so good.
He's everything in these 3 episodes. He goes from like grandpa you want to hang out with, he goes to like deviant create. I mean, we're going to talk about it later, but never has Celebrimbor been so perfectly portrayed on screen as when he decides that he's going to lie to Gil-galad. I was literally sitting there at like 10 o'clock in the morning last week, like rubbing my hands together going, yes, this is exactly what I want. So I mean, it was so perfect. And I saw Jessica in the chat saying, I remember when you'd worry about him getting the necessary screen time in season 2. I mean, we did. I think we even talked about this in our hopes for season 2 episode. One of the things we said was, you know, this is one of the storylines they just have to get right, because it is the crux at this point, the story, the Celebrimbor-Anatar dynamic. They just have to get right. Anna, I know I took one of your 3, but is there a quick third one you want to throw in that you might have thought of, or should we just dive into the storylines?
I was just actually having a quick look at the comments, and there's some like interesting discussions happening. So the Brandalorian's actually talking about, because obviously I referenced the raft scene before, and obviously it is a scene that happens in season 1, but we get a slightly different perspective of it. And he's actually just confirmed that there were a mix of pickup shots done after season 1 and some reverse angle shots that were unused from the original raft shoot from season 1, which is really interesting, because obviously those close-ups of Charlie Vickers had to be kind of new for season 2, but it is really interesting that that's the way they did things. And I mean, the payoff was so effective, I think.
So good. And I mean, we'll talk about this more, especially when we get to Sauron in Mordor, but one of the things Charlie Vickers said in interviews before season 2 is he said in season 1, where Halbrand was about to have a Sauron moment, the camera would cut away and you wouldn't see it, or it would be on the back of him, or it would be, you know, it would move to another character. And I found myself all through these 3 episodes going, there's a Sauron moment, camera lingering, and the raft's a great example of that, where you just go, you immediately clock it, because you go, hang on, that's not the way he looked at Galadriel in season 1, and it immediately sticks in your head, and you go, oh, that's so clever.
And I mean, I think I was just, you know, ignorance is bliss, and I really did not want Halbrand to be Sauron in season 1. But when you go back and rewatch episode 1, and his introduction is literally one of his eyes peering over his shoulders, and you're just like, you know what, they told us right at that moment that that's who he was.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, it's just... I remember our big takeaway from episode 8 of season 1 when we did our last episode breakdown. God, it's weird to think, by the way, this is the first time we've done a breakdown of an episode since, what was it, October 2022?
Yeah.
Crazy to think about. But I remember one things, because we were both kind of like, do we love that Halbrand was Sauron? Maybe, maybe not, we're not sure. But what we really appreciated was the execution and the way it was handled.
Yes.
And now in season 2... I only have more appreciation for it because all the things they did in season 1 are now paying off. But yeah, so those are our kind of top 3 things. Anna only did 2, so I'll keep my third one a secret and I'll just drop it in when we get to the relevant storyline, because that'll be fun. Maybe my third favourite bit will be how much screen time Rune got. Maybe, who knows. Okay, so we are now going to go through storyline by storyline. And funny little story here. I said to Anna yesterday, because we reorganised this live stream at the last minute, I said, oh, you know what I'll do? So that people don't have to look at our faces for like 2-3 hours, I'm going to get together like all these screenshots so that we'll have stuff to look at, and I'll maybe do some graphics and stuff. The truth is, I ran out of time because I was so busy with work today, and so... what you're about to see, there are going to be some stills and some slides and some things to look at for some storylines, and other storylines, there's maybe just going to be a title card. But you know what? It's better than just looking at mine and Anna's face for 3 hours, so I guess you're just going to have to appreciate what we've got. So, with that all said, let me bring up... Here we go. So, hopefully... you guys can now see that. I don't know, can you see that, Anna, as well?
Yep, I've got the big bad fortress on my page.
Exactly, big bad fortress. Pardon me, big bad fortress there in the middle. One thing I want to actually just start off before we get into the storylines. How nice was it to have these title cards again? I forgot how much I love these cute title cards. They're so... I mean, obviously they're there for the audience that is more casual or hasn't read the books, but even still, every time I saw one, I was like, oh, that's nice. It's just, there's something lovely about it.
I feel the same way when I see these as I do when I see, like, maps or, like, you know, those map transitions that we get within the show. They're so good.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, so we start off, obviously, we're going to start off with Sauron's prologue and into his journey to Mordor. We'll go through the whole prologue and into his scene with Adar and up to basically when he leaves Mordor. So, where I really wanted to start was, as you've kind of mentioned, Jack Loudon's depiction of Sauron, and I know I tweeted this out, but I wanted to kind of cover it on the live stream and just stress why I think this is so important. So, some of the initial reactions to Sauron, to Jack Loudon Sauron, was, why is he trying to convince the orcs? Why is he so nervous and awkward? Why is he fiddling with his rings and kind of looking to Adar for support? But where you have to frame this is, and remember, on that previous title card, it said we're at the, you know, what did it say? The dawn of the Second Age, right? So when we think about where Sauron is at the dawn of the Second Age, he is not the Dark Lord ascendant, all this power, the One Ring, you know, armies at his command. He is really reeling from the loss of Morgoth, as is everyone who is aligned with Morgoth. If you haven't read the Silmarillion, the end of the First Age is basically the Valar and all the elves who stayed in Valinor coming back across the sea and giving Morgoth such an ass-whooping that he ends up pushed out through the doors of night. He's not even in space. He's beyond space. He's like pushed into Tolkien's version of a black hole, essentially. He's not coming back. And this is what Tolkien tells us about Sauron's repentance at the start of the Second Age. And this comes from of the Rings of Power in the Third Age in the Silmarillion. So he says, and some hold that this was not at first falsely done, but that Sauron in truth repented, if only out of fear, being dismayed by the fall of Morgoth and the great wrath of the lords of the West. Then Sauron was ashamed, and he was unwilling to return in humiliation and to receive from the Valar a sentence, it might be, of long servitude in proof of his good faith. And I think you talked about this earlier, Anna. The way Sauron's fiddling with his rings in this, he's looking to Adar for approval. It is just a Sauron who is like, I'm supposed to be Morgoth 2.0. I'm meant to be his successor, and yet I really am not ready for this, and I wasn't meant to be doing this. I was busy being the Lord of Werewolves in Tolin Galroth, you know. I was busy torturing Beren and Finrod. I was having a great time, and now all of a sudden he's basically left alone, no friends, no army, no real power to call upon except his own. And so I think the way it's both written and that Loudon play it are just brilliant.
Yeah, I think, you know, as we said before, it took a while for it to grow on me, but it's because I wasn't looking at it from the right perspective. I think, you know, when you think of Sauron, because it's actually quite funny, because in the start of season 1, we were with Galadriel as she's on her mission to find Sauron, and the vision she portrays of him is him in his armor descending the stairs with all of the orcs kind of bowing to him. And that's what she thought he was doing at that time. And I think that that's what I sort of expected. So when I got this kind of more nervous portrayal, I was a bit like, oh, okay, this is interesting. But when you watch it from that perspective, it makes so much sense. But I also find it quite funny that this is what Galadriel was hunting, you know, this black goop that he turned into. But in her mind, it was this like revered, respected, armoured leader. And I think one thing that I like to find parallels where there are none, and two of the moments in this prologue that kind of reminded me of episode 1 in season 1. There's a moment while he's talking to the orcs where I think he's really trying to appeal to them, and he kind of you get a shot from him from the back, and he's lifting his arms up, and he's really trying to kind of, you know, get the gravitas going. And it reminded me of Gil-galad's speech in season 1 where he's talking to the elves, and, you know, he's got his arms up and he's talking about Valinor, and it's just that difference between a revered leader and a feared leader, and I think that they hit that really well. And one thing I like is that at the start you almost can't tell if the orcs are in agreement with him or not, because you just kind of see them whispering and nudging each other, and you're a bit like, oh, okay, what's going to happen here? But then it becomes clear quite quickly that, okay, they're not on board with this. And, you know, he's just, it was great. And I think a lot of people are quite sad that he only got a little bit of screen time, but I think that's all we needed. And I think he did really well with what he gave us.
Yeah, I mean, I was one of the people who said I would have loved more screen time, and I know Matt, who's in the chat, said the same thing, but that's really just selfish. It's like when you get a really good thing, you just want more of it. But in reality, you're right. It wouldn't have been good to just keep doing scenes with him or make it extended, or in a way, you know, I'm glad they didn't do a kind of prologue of Sauron from his original form in Valinor to being corrupted by Morgoth to going through the first age. You know, it would just have been a bit too much to open the season, and it would have slowed the opening down. And I think, you know, it probably just would have hurt a little bit. Just to address a couple of questions in the chat. Firstly, Benjamin's leaving. Benjamin, thank you so much for joining. I'm going to try and get to, I think you asked 2 questions. I'll try and get to the other one later, but thank you for joining. And D. Hasimovich says, why is Sauron in his fair form in the prologue and not in the form they have shown him in the season 1 prologue? Well, I think, as Anna said, first of all, it's like that difference between the way Galadriel perceived him and the reality. But also I think it's important to remember is that Sauron never sees himself as a bad guy. At no point in the story does Sauron think he is the villain of the story. Sauron always thinks he's the good guy. He's the hero. He's the reformer. He's the rehabilitator of Middle-earth. He's the healer. And the important point is that I can't really get into spoilers for what will happen later in the show, but there will be a point at which he can no longer assume a fair form, and that is a wound to Sauron, the fact he can no longer assume a fair form. You know, this angelic being who no longer has control over how he appears, that is a huge blow to Sauron. So I think it's very telling that he's in these beautiful red and gold robes. His hair's never looked better. I swear, even his ears are cuter than a lot of the other elves is.
They're almost like pointed down a little bit. It's really cute.
Yeah, so I think it was a really good choice. The other shot I wanted to talk about in this prologue is just this shot, because it is the kind of, you know, I think this is a very obvious thing, but the fact that it's almost like a halo above him, you know, as an angelic halo he would have. But also, I just love that idea that we're looking through Adar's lens down at him, and he looks unworthy to us, and that's exactly how he looks to Adar as well.
It's such a great shot, and something that I noticed, which actually I literally only noticed earlier today, is that the shots of him, kind of the lead up to him being crowned, and this almost angle of the crown being placed on his head is very reminiscent of Gil-galad crowning Galadriel in episode 1 of season 1. Even from the way that they both look up almost as if they are unworthy to the crown, which I think is a really interesting kind of way to depict both of them being crowned. But my god, the cinematography in this show is kind of crazy. You know, it's one moment of him being crowned, and I think we got like 5 separate angles of it happening, and each one was kind of individually beautiful.
Yeah, and it is that whole thing of what, and I talked about this on my review, and I don't know if you have thoughts on this, Anna, because I've not really heard a lot of people discuss this. I like that there's some ambiguity over whether Adar planned this from the start, or whether he was reacting to the, you know when you hear the orc say Sauron lies, and then he says, yes, many of you will die, but it is a sacrifice I'm willing to make, in his best Lord Farquaad impression. But I've thought about this, about whether Adar planned this the whole time, or whether he was reacting to what was happening in front of him. And I don't necessarily need the show to give me the answer, but I do like that there's that ambiguity of like, was this an impulsive thing from Adar, or was this planned?
I don't think that it was planned, in the sense that he kind of gathered all the orcs together and said, here's what's going to happen during the ceremony. I think that he probably, and again, this is all just, it literally could be anything, but I think that if anything, he probably kind of planted that seed within the orcs of, so you might not want Sauron to lead you, but here you have this other father figure who could lead you if that happened. And the way that he was kind of looking back and forth, you know, it is that ambiguity. It's like he could be thinking, okay, we've set this plan into motion, it's about to happen. Or on the other hand, he could just be looking back and forth like, hold on, maybe this could be the moment to strike. But, yeah, you know, we got that comparison of it to the Ides of March kind of weeks before the show came out. But I still wasn't ready for just how kind of, for just how insanely brutal it was.
Do you mean this?
I do mean this. And I couldn't help but feel like I felt so satisfied for the orcs, but I couldn't help the empathy that I felt for Sauron because of just how brutal it was. And like you again, the sound design, it's almost like you could feel the daggers going in and just the close-up on his face. And then I didn't expect it to kind of zoom out when you just see the kind of disfigured goop that was left of his body. It was just horrific, but oh my goodness, it was so well done.
It was, and I saw some people saying, this is why the show's got an elevated age rating this season. No, guys, the tweets that were going around saying this season was going to be rated 18 were just false. It wasn't true. This episode, I think, is a 15, or it might even be a 12 in the UK, but the third episode's a 15 anyway. Like, this is an 18-plus show, but my point is that even within that, you can get away with a lot of violence if you change the blood from red to black, and they really made the most of it, because there's one shot where you see the knife, like, plunge into his stomach, and I remember, like, you know, almost tensing up in the cinema watching it, because I thought, God, that's really graphic, and I like that it was shot in a way where we're not celebrating it. It's almost, we feel a revulsion at the way this is happening, and it's a, you know, not only does it play out like the Ides of March, you know, kind of Shakespeare's Caesar, but it's also similar in that the way it's told and shot, it leaves you open to say like, oh, did Sauron deserve it? Now, obviously, he had just said to the orcs that many of you will die and we're going to enslave all the other races, so no, we don't actually feel sorry to Sauron, but it was still shot in a way where you were kind of like, oh, nope, you don't want to go out like that.
And I mean, I know that there's been, oh my god, a hell of a lot of discourse at the moment about orcs and how they're portrayed in this season and if it aligns with Tolkien's work, all because of Glug and his family, which, listen, I think they're adorable, so I don't get that. But then when you watch a scene like this, I don't think that you can accuse the show of trying to kind of portray the orcs in an entirely positive light. I think they've done really well at showing you the good and the bad, the reason why Adar feels protective of them. You know the reason why Galadriel wants to kill them, and it's almost like you're left to make up your mind on where you stand on the morality of the orcs. I think they've done that really well, and I don't know how you can look at a scene like this and think like, oh, they want us to be solely sympathetic, because
no,
they're clearly also still the bad guys here.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are victims of their creation, and we'll get onto this later when we talk about the least interesting controversy that's ever happened about the Rings of Power, which is people complaining about orc babies, which I'm like, I really appreciate all the people on Twitter who are arguing with people about it, but I'm like, I'm not even engaging with these critics, because it's just like, if they have this opinion, they just haven't read Tolkien, and so trying to explain it to them is kind of like, you might as well try and push back the tide. But anyway, we'll get on to that. I did see one question we missed, which was, what do we think about Sauron's costume in this scene, the kind of red and gold, and the faded sun on his chest? This was from Erin Lascallon, who said Númenórean vibes. It wasn't, for me, it wasn't Númenórean vibes. It was almost... I'm trying to think how to explain it. I suppose it had a similarity to Númenor in terms of the sun, and it almost had a Byzantine quality. But for me, it felt so distinct to anything else we've seen in the show, and I really liked that. When I saw that costume, I thought, this doesn't look like anything else we've seen, and I thought that was really important for, if Sauron gets to choose how he's going to appear, it's important he doesn't look like he's copying anyone else.
Yeah, and I think the showrunners talked about how everyone he appears to in the show, he's kind of specifically thought about how he's appearing to that group of people or that person. And I mentioned before, there's kind of a shot you get of him from the back where he's holding his arms up, and his like the sleeves of his kind of cloak he's wearing are quite oddly shaped, but I think it's a really nice touch on the design. But yeah, the costuming in the season, it's just like everything they did well in season 1, they just kind of ramped it up again.
Exactly. So, moving from this, obviously, we then got this next lovely shot of Sauron having an explode. You know, he's having his Doctor Who moment and regenerating, but quite unsuccessfully. And then from this, we then went into the goo scene. And Anna, I promise I'll only make you look at it for a second, but you know, rest in peace to the poor rat boy that got caught up in Goo Sauron's escapades. So I won't keep that on screen too long, but rest in peace to the rat. Anyway, I'll go back to this just while we're waiting. But in terms of the goo scene, I don't think we need to talk about it too long. I liked that it was a bit funny. I liked that it was a bit pathetic. I liked that Sauron is brought so low, because it's important to almost frame Sauron as having been at his lowest point before the start of the series. And then, as we've talked about in previous episodes, Sauron is such a petty guy that everything he does from that point is like, I can't believe I was betrayed. I can't believe I was stabbed. I spent hundreds, if not 1,000 years in that cave being goop and eating mice and rats and bugs. And so you can almost then frame everything he does after as kind of like, oh, this shall never happen to me again. That humiliation, that shame, that being brought low, you can almost, it reframes season 1 in so many ways.
It does. I mean, I'm with you. I think the comedy of the group is quite funny, and it does just make you kind of realise that at this point he's like a little bit pathetic, and it makes sense to why he's just so eager to kind of grab that power back in season 2. You know, he wants to reclaim that for himself. And I think the whole thing, I was a little bit disappointed, because I thought that he would almost assume the demeanour of Halbrand after seeing, I don't know, someone else who looks like that, or there's like a dead body or something, and he does just kind of emerge like that, which is fine, because, you know, it's Sauron, he can take on kind of whatever shape he wants. But that's the only little thing I had about that. I think the rest of the prologue was just... it was so good.
Yeah, I think the bit I really want to focus on are his interactions with Diarmid, who's played by Nicholas Wooderson, who's this old guy that he comes across on the road to Mordor. You know, obviously, once he's got his Halbrand form, he's walking to Mordor because he's like, right, I got a body. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go and kill that Adar. I'm going to kill all the orcs. I'm going to, you know, I've waited long enough. I've eaten enough rats. And then the first guy he comes across that he has a conversation with, it seems, you know, basically tells him that there's a choice. there's a choice to go and be good, that you can either keep chasing death or you can try for a new start. And what's lovely about this is it's very much a representation of Tolkien's ambiguity. In that passage I read earlier, he talks about the fact that some say that his repentance at first was not falsely done, that he was genuinely going to repent. But the point with Sauron is always that however ambiguous and wherever you fall on the idea of did Sauron ever try and repent, was he genuine in his repentance, even when people talked about Halbrand in season 1, the thing that I always think gets lost is the fact is he doesn't repent because he doesn't follow through on it. And it was in this conversation with Diarmid that I thought was so telling, where, he says, you have to choose to be good. And Halbrand says, but what of tomorrow? And he says, then you have to do it again and again and again until it becomes part of your nature. And I thought that was so telling because it's the thing that Sauron, and Sauron in his Halbrand form, is incapable of doing it. And that's why I want to pull out this quote from one of Tolkien's letters, which is letter 153, where he says, but at the beginning of the Second Age he was still beautiful to look at, or could still assume a beautiful visible shape, and was not indeed wholly evil, not unless all reformers who want to hurry up with reconstruction and reorganization are wholly evil, even before pride and the lust to exert their will eat them up. And that was what I thought was so interesting about these scenes with Diarmid. It was like you could see the side of him that wants to repent and wants to do good, trying to come through. But then as soon as he's faced with a choice between anyone else and himself, the piece of wreckage falls on Diarmid, and Diarmid says, help me up. And instead he takes the pouch and gets ready to abandon ship. And it's just who Sauron is. He is incapable of following through on what it means to be truly repentant.
Yeah, I think the prologue just did so well at capturing so many nuances to his character, and it was quite a short amount of time to set him up for this season, but I think they did it really well. And I've already forgotten the name of this character, but the actor did so well with such a little bit of screen time, and you can feel the impact that he had on Sauron. And yeah, just Charlie Vickers really just grabbed me in this scene, just the little nuances he was giving. There was humor, there was just so much bubbling under the surface with his character, and everyone has just set his character up so well for this season. The big thing is that it is his season, and you really got that vibe from the prologue.
Exactly. It was, and obviously you conclude the prologue with him kind of coming back to where we started, or not where we started season 1, but where we got to in episode 2 of season 1 with Halbrand and Galadriel's meeting on the raft. But the important bit of it, almost, I saw people saying, well, it didn't explain why they ran into each other. And that's one of those mysteries of Tolkien, which I think is intentionally left alone. And it's important. And it's important to not try and answer every mystery. And it's the same with why did he choose that face in particular? It's not important. The point is, it's important what he then does with that face. There are some things which we don't actually want. We don't want answers to that. Sorry, I'm seeing some weird comments in the chat that I don't really understand. If the worm ate Halbrand, then what kind of ice age explosion would that do to the sea? Oh, if the worm ate... I thought you were saying the worm did eat Halbrand. If the worm ate Halbrand, I think that worm would be turned into a lot of chum very quickly. I think he'd be exploded from the inside out. So good job for the worm that didn't happen. I also just want to address this comment, which I thought was really strange. From Jackson Williams, who said, telling people they don't get Tolkien whilst misunderstanding yourself is a choice. Orcs, while not inherently evil, take after their creator, marred with the evil of Morgoth, vile, sadistic, torturous. I don't think either of us said that orcs aren't evil, that they aren't sadistic, that they aren't torturous, that they aren't murderers, but it's important to understand that orcs are not inherently evil. It's a really important point that Tolkien himself struggled with, this idea that if orcs have souls like all the other conscious beings in Arda, they cannot be inherently evil, because Tolkien's worldview, his Catholic faith, his whole understanding of the world didn't allow for it, which is why he had these two conflicting ideas of where the orcs came from. One, where they were creations of mud and slime and they didn't have a soul, so yes, they could just be basically automatons which were pure evil. But then you have then you have his other version, which is and this is the version we get in the published Silmarillion, which is they're elves who were tortured, captured, kidnapped, and turned. But the point is that we find in the Silmarillion is that Tolkien even says that the orcs hated Morgoth most of all, the master that they served, because of what they'd done to him. So I just think, like, when I saw someone the other day say that orcs are ontologically evil or they're inherently evil, and I just think this isn't really grappling with Tolkien's own moral quandary over the orcs. Is not as simple as just saying they're evil, that's it. You have to engage with the text and understand that they're ambiguities and grey areas for a reason. Anyway, small little, I don't know. Anyway, let's get through to Mordor, because after we do the whole prologue, we then get to Mordor, title screen, Mordor. Question for you, Anna. I re-had this in the cinema, and I still had it watching the episodes. Is that a real volcano they went and filmed somewhere and they put it digitally into the scene? Because I was like,
it looks
that
great.
Looks way too good to be VFX, doesn't it?
It looks good. And listen, I was a really big fan of that, like, cheesy title card moment we got in season 1, where the Southlands kind of faded away like ash, and then we got Mordor. So seeing it again on the screen was just, it's great. This is their domain now.
Yeah, it's really, and even just, I remember we obviously had that conversation after episode 7 last year about, was the title reveal cheesy, and I was on the cheesy side and other people liked it. But now I'm just kind of like, I'm so all in with it that I don't even care. Jackson Williams, I do see you respond to my comment. I'll get to it when we talk about the orc family, seeing as you're so bothered about it. But anyway, the next thing we obviously got in the Mordor storyline was Sam Hazeldine's Zadar. And Anna, I think this is where I have to turn it over to you, because obviously you were a real big fan of Joseph Malzadar, one of your favourite characters, I think, from season 1. And you were a big fan of his performance, and you were nervous about season 2. Where have you ended up after 3 episodes with Sam Hazeldine's Zadar?
I'm a lot more on board with him than I thought I would be. Up until I saw the episodes, I was convinced that I really wouldn't like his portrayal of the character. And I think that he had really big shoes to fill, because, as you say, Joseph Malzadar was my favourite original character from season 1. And he doesn't try to replicate season 1 Zadar beat for beat. And I do appreciate that, because I think that would be quite uncanny, and I don't think that he would be able to do it. So I think that would just kind of miss the mark. But I like the almost kind of gearing up for war version of Adar he's given to us so far. He has really won me over, but the only thing that I will say that I feel like is missing, and I do feel like we're not going to get it, is that same tenderness. And I know that we have sort of a cold softness to him from Sam, but there was a certain tenderness that came with Joseph Zadar that I don't think we've got here. And I don't think, considering we're going into episode 4, we're going to go into battle in these next few episodes, that we're getting, even, when he talks to Glug about his family and he says something like, this is something that a father should worry about, I still didn't feel that same tenderness that I felt for him and the way he feels for the orcs in season 1. And that might just be me kind of holding on to that portrayal that we got of him in season 1, but I feel like that's something we might not get. And listen, that's not to say that I don't love Sam's performance, because it was one of the main things that I took away from episode 1. But that's the only little thing that I think is a little bit lacking.
Did you not think? I thought we got some of that in episode 3. Where we get, before we get Damrod's introduction. And don't worry, we will get to Damrod, because I know you'll be excited to talk about your big boy. But did you not think we had that where he had that conversation with Glug before we saw the orc baby and wife, where he was saying that some decisions are a father to make, trust me myself. I actually felt that was as tender as the most tender moment we got in season 1 between Adar and his orcs is when he mercy kills one of them. The rest of the time, while he calls them his children, he burns that one's arm to prove a point about missing the son. I thought that was pretty tender.
I mean, I think the dialogue wanted me to feel that way, but something about it, I just didn't get that same feeling that I got, you know. And I hate to compare the performances because I know that we're not getting Joseph back, and I know that Sam's a completely different actor, and I feel bad sitting here and comparing them. But you know, that episode, you know, you mentioned the mercy killing that Adar does in episode 1, and there was no dialogue there, but it was just the way he looked at the orc and the way the orc kind of breathed out his final word was Adar. Something about that exchange kind of sold me on it immediately, and it's not something that I've got so far this season, and I don't think that it necessarily makes Adar's character fall down in my limitations, but it's just something that I would like to see in the future.
Yeah, I think, like you say, the only thing is we are kind of moving down this path of now Adar, or I don't worry. I think we're the only two people who, like, 2 years later are still calling him Adar rather than Adar, but it just rolls better off my tongue to say Adar. So you'll have to forgive us. Other people say other names wrong, so you'll just have to forgive us for this one. But I think you were right when you said that you doubt that we'll get much more tenderness from him, because I think the issue is, and I think what's actually really interesting about the way Sam's playing him is that from the moment Halbrand tells him that Sauron is back, it's almost like he tenses, and we haven't seen him release that. In every scene, it's like he's walking around and he's got electricity running through his body, because, you know, after all this time of thinking he was free from Sauron and that his children were free from Sauron, it just feels like he's on edge. And I thought that was a really interesting choice. But to your point, I think the issue is he's going to be so one-track minded now about killing Sauron again, removing him, that there's almost not going to be room for tenderness. He's on a mission again.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that it's the best time to recast than any when you're sort of with this character in a transition, because as you say, we're getting him as he realises that Sauron is back, so having him portrayed in a different way, I think adds more than it takes away. So I'm on board. I'm glad that we have Sam Hazeldine, and I spoke to him a little bit at the premiere, and he was so kind and so lovely, and I got to tell him that we're all really excited to see him in Middle-earth, so it was nice to give him that reassurance, even if I was a little bit weary about it myself. He's won me over.
That's good. I don't know why I included this. I think I just wanted to bring up the fact that it was funny that we got this scene with the warg wolf, and obviously I put up this quote here about Sauron was become now a sorcerer of dreadful power, master of shadows and of phantoms, foul in wisdom, cruel in strength, misshaping what he touched, twisting what he ruled, lord of werewolves, his dominion was torment. And I like that's the description from the books, and then in the show it's like Halbrand is doing some puppy training with a bone and some black speech command words, which I'm not even like being sarcastic. I genuinely loved it as like a little moment of like Sauron tapping into his first age persona, but also just using what he had in that situation to progress. And like, I really like that there's that sense of, even when the show can't address things that they don't have rights to, they love doing these little nods, and the scene with the wolf was just a nice bit of that.
It was good, and I liked that, Waldreg was going to have to go at some point, so I liked that he got that out, and I still think the funniest moment in all 3 episodes is when we see Sauron kind of riding out of Mordor, and we just hear Waldreg getting like ripped to shreds in the background, and he just like bursts into laughter. It's so good.
That both the funniest moments from episode 1 involve those two, and the other funniest moment is when Waldreg sidles in. And he goes, "You tell Waldreg everything about Sauron." Yeah, he's like, "You tell old Waldreg," and then Halbrand just whips his head around and he goes, "Oh!" and kind of falls backwards. And it's just, I'm gonna miss Jeff's performance as Waldreg, because they're just lovely moments of kind of comedy while also trying to, he's the classic villain apprentice who is obviously not cut out for the job.
It's just it's so good, and I still find it hilarious in season 1 how he was so dedicated to serving Sauron, and when he realized that it was an entirely new villain who came along, he went straight to, okay, do you pledge allegiance to Lord Father Adar instead? It's just it's so good. And the one thing I would love to say, Harry, is that I love that you were like, right guys, this won't be like one of our normal episodes. We're not going to go like beat by beat, scene by scene, clip by clip like we did for the trailer. And so far, that's exactly what we've done. And not only that, but you've added in some textual quotes to support those as well.
Don't worry. The thing is like I said, I ran out of time, so these only exist for people listening to the podcast version, you can't see this anyway, but these slides where I've got quotes, they don't exist for the other storylines. I ran out of time big time. So don't worry. If you really enjoyed this part, then I don't know, maybe you'll enjoy it next time. There is one last piece from this Adar-Sauron interaction that we haven't talked about, which is Adar's story of him being turned by Morgoth and accepting this gift. And I've got a quote up there, which I'll get to in a minute, but I thought it was just wonderful. Like, one of the things you've talked about is the way that Sam's been able to carry on that slightly more quieter, that slightly more vulnerable, softer side from Adar in season 1. And this scene for me was just, my favourite shot in that whole scene is where Adar's telling the story, and then he says, and then I saw Sauron's face. And it cuts to a shot of Halbrand from above, and he just starts crying. And I love that, again, there's that ambiguity. Is he crying because deep inside he feels bad about what he did to Adar and the other elves and turned them? Is it remembering when he was beautiful First Age Mairon as the right hand to Morgoth? Is it that, there's so many different interpretations of why Sauron's crying, but I just thought I just thought Sam's delivery of that whole speech was, one of my favourite scenes from the first episode.
Yeah, it was incredible. And, I talk about the fact that he didn't quite hit that beat of tenderness that I wanted. But this scene, it rivals the scene in season 1 where we get, it's kind of Adar talking to Arondir, and he reveals a bit about where he grew up. That scene I loved in season 1, and this, I think, just kind of blew it out of the water for me. And it was just such a great interaction between the two of them, especially when you know who he's talking to.
Exactly. I just want to bring up, I missed this funny comment about the Waldreg scene. Chris Chutabet says, I never thought wargs would eat my face, which is a great... Waldreg really is voted for the leopard the man-eating leopards party, is then shocked that the leopards ate him. But I thought it was a great scene, and the reason I've got this quote up here, and I'll read it out for anyone listening on the podcast, and it comes from Of Tuor and the Fall of Gondolin, and it goes as follows: Maiglin was no weakling or craven, but the torment wherewith he was threatened cowed his spirit, and he purchased his life and freedom by revealing to Morgoth the very place of Gondolin, and the ways whereby it might be found and assailed. Great indeed was the joy of Morgoth, and to Maiglin he promised the lordship of Gondolin as his vassal, and the possession of Idril Celebrindle. Now, I'm not going to explain the whole story of Maiglin now. For those of you who've read the Silmarillion, you'll know it. But the point is, what I love about Adar is that he is very clearly an original character. He's not going to be revealed as being secretly Maiglin or Maglor or anyone else, but there's all these different elements of First Age elves that they've brought in. He's a little bit like Maiglin in that he's done this deal with the devil, with Morgoth, just like Maiglin did. He's a bit like Mithros in that he was chained to the rock, and also that he's wearing this gauntlet on one hand, obviously, Mithros, who loses a hand in that situation, but then also has his hand burned by the Silmaril later. He's got a bit of that Maglor sad and sorrowful quality to him. And so I just love this idea that one of the things the show's very good at is when they have original characters is tying them to familiar characters we know from the Silmarillion, whether it's Bronwyn and Arondir being like Aignor and Andreth, or whether it's in this case Adar being like Maiglin and Maglor and Mithros, all the M's for some reason. But I think it was really beautiful that they're picking up on this idea that there were some elves who were maybe captured and then turned, or who went willingly, or who, for whatever reason. And I just like that, again, it goes back to that thing of Tolkien wrote lots of different versions, and it's nice to have them, we don't need it fully explained. Like, I don't want to know exactly all the steps that led to Adar being turned. I just like having these glimpses and these peeks behind the corners.
Yeah, I'm happy with his backstory being more enigmatic, because I prefer the sort of ambiguity around who he was and how he got to where he is. I think it adds more to his character actually than if we knew exactly who he was and where, like, how he ended up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, last couple of things in Mordor before we move on to Lindon. Of course, last thing, because I forgot to show this earlier, my favourite shot from the whole episode, subtitles read growling, subtitles Waldreg screaming. And what a way for him to go out. I know you've already covered it, but really did love this scene. But Anna, what I really want to talk to you about, and this is where, as you can see, we're not sticking to episode by episode format, because we're jumping ahead to episode 3, baby. Of course, was the introduction of the hill troll himself, the eater of dragon bones, Damrod. Obviously, Anna, you were very excited to see him on screen. How did his first scene live up to your expectations?
Oh my goodness. I didn't think he was going to get like a proper introduction like that. I mean, you know, there's an entire song called Enter Damrod written for it. And you know what? I thought that when they played these kind of Damrod themed songs in the show, that they would actually take out the vocals and just play the backing track. But they kept those kind of like heavy metal-ish like vocals in. And oh my goodness, it was just quite funny how it went from the shot of like Glug, I still don't know how to pronounce his name, like kind of tending to his family, and then he turns around and it's just like the shot of the skulls on his clothes like shaking as he walks, and then you just see like the corner of his eyes as he's glaring at all the orcs around him, and then he just appears with this orc's head in his hand, and God, what an introduction. I'm so excited to just see him in action, and it's the fact that they just bond over the hatred of Sauron as well, like that's why he's here.
Also, it was quite a funny scene as well, where like he shows Adar the orc head, and Adar goes, you know, I take it you got our message then, you know, and then when all that Damrod says to him is, where is Harry? He's like, he's also just really pissed about the situation. He's just like, oh, I can't believe that guy's back. Because you imagine that much like the orcs, the trolls probably felt like they were just used in Morgoth's armies and were just used and abused and thrown in like these big siege weapons. And so, again, it goes back to this idea that while there are lots of followers of Morgoth and there are later lots of followers of Sauron, a lot of them just hate the Dark Lord, whoever they're following. They have to serve him, but they hate doing it.
They hate doing it. And I think the last thing that I want to say, apart from that I love Damrod, and contrary to any track titles that we've heard, I think that he's going to survive into season 3. Watch this space. He will persevere. But the last thing that I want to say... Do you want to have a bet on that?
Because I feel like that might be the easiest bet I'll ever win.
Let's do it. I think he's going to survive. But yeah, I think the last thing I want to say about the kind of Mordor plot that we got is that I've seen a lot of people say, like, they don't understand why Sauron went back to Mordor first and let himself be captured before he goes off to Eregion. A lot of people said, why didn't he just go there in the first place? But I feel like, I mean, at least to me, it makes sense that, you know, Gil-galad explains it quite well to Galadriel. He says something along the lines of, Sauron is alone, he has no allies, and he has no armies. So I feel like this was clearly his way of getting that support from Adar. You know, he knows what the endgame at Eregion's going to be. He knows that he's going to need an army at some point. And he's Sauron the Deceiver. He's just deceived his way into getting an army. And I think, you know, he's playing the long game.
He is. And I think, like, it's fairly obvious what he's doing here, guys. Like, he knows that he's going to go to Eregion. He knows that what he really wants to do is get the rings made. But he also needs to be in a position where if he can't get the rings made, he can still destroy the elves. And if he makes the rings and then the elves turn on him, he again needs to be in a position. And also, he wants Adar to go and weaken himself. You know, both of these sides are perfect for him. If you want to hear a more in-depth discussion on Sauron's possible motivations for this, and this was recorded before the show aired, but it's still pretty accurate because we haven't got to it yet. Go listen to, I think it's episode, I want to say 43 or 44 of the podcast, when I sat down with Sarah Westvik to talk about the siege of Eregion and how it might play out, and we talk about why Sauron's doing this in a couple of different theories, so if you want to hear more about that. So the last bit I want to cover, and we're not going to spend too much time on it because we already had I forget the person's name in the chat who brought this up, and I realise I might have come across quite combative to them, so I do apologise if I did. It's just dealing with people on Twitter who say things like, orcs didn't have families. It's just really annoying because, you know, it's just It's just nonsense. But we got so one of the things I was meant to be doing throughout this live stream, and I've done a bad job so far, but I'm going to get better at it, is I've taken questions before this live stream from my patrons, and this is the only time I'll talk about the Patreon during the live stream. But I recently launched Patreon for the podcast. If you want to support it, that's very generous of you. There's no expectation, but there's bonus content, there's scripts, there's going to be early access during the off season, there's going to be bonus episodes. I've already got the first one planned for next week. So yeah, but anyway, the first question that's relevant from our patrons came from Jennifer, who said, lots of chat about orc babies. What do you think about showing orcs having families and not wanting to go to war again? Is this bravely exploring on the question of orc repentance / souls, or potentially poorly executed baby Grogu mimic, or a boring distraction from orc slaughter? I definitely think it's the former. I think it's an interesting exploration of the ideas Tolkien have. I do think it's... Melissa Porter saying, do you have a link to the podcast? If you go to my Twitter, DailyRoP, you'll find the link to the podcast, but also just search Daily Rings of Power on whichever podcast platform you use. It's here on YouTube Music as well. Anyway, sorry. I do think it's a really interesting exploration of Tolkien's kind of own dilemma about the nature of the orcs, but more importantly than that, I think it's about showing that this isn't that there is a consequence for all the sides in this. It's about having stakes for everyone, because everyone loved how much Adar was a complex character in season 1. But guess what? When the orcs start going to war, it no longer becomes interesting if all you're hoping is for the orcs to die. So understanding that the orcs have souls, that they reproduce in the manner of the children of Iluvatar, that they want to survive, doesn't make them inherently good. Listen, there are lots of historical conflicts where one side was very much in the wrong, but that doesn't mean the soldiers fighting in it were somehow inherently evil. And so I think it's a really interesting explanation, and I think it's setting up the idea that when Sauron takes control of the orcs, he won't see them as individuals with souls and with lives and with their own ideas. He's just going to see them as meat for his machine.
And I think that, I hate to say it, but we are setting up Glug for quite a tragic end. I mean, we go from him asking if they can just stay here because they have a home now, that he doesn't want to go to war. We see him with his family. All roads are leading to death for him. I'm just gonna say it now.
Do you know what? Seeing as you said this, I actually think Glug survives, because I don't think Adar's making it out. As much as I want him to, I don't think Adar's making it out of season 2, and I think Glug is going to be.
You thought he was going to survive, didn't you?
Well, I think I said I hoped he would. I think I said that I hoped he would, because my theory was, I know what you mean, because I think I said, I think he might survive, because when we get to season 3 and Sauron's distributing the 9 rings, we're still, sorry, I'm trying to think how to explain this. Without doing spoilers. Basically, from season 3 and beyond, Sauron is going to be distributing rings, but he's still going to need his armies to be prosecuting the war against the elves. And so we might need a window into that. Initially, I thought it was going to be Adar, but I think now actually Glug might take over that role, and having it be what we see as, a more literal version of an orc. I think that might be what makes it more tragic. Listen, I hope Adar survives, because I think he's a brilliant character, and I think Sam's great, but... Yes. I'm feeling less confident after the first 3 episodes. It's
not looking good, and I think I just want to quickly address, because Jackson's still talking about the orc situation, and they say it's incredibly problematic because it implies orcs aren't torturous, murderous, or sadistic, and it implies that they go home to families. And I think we've dwelled on this for long enough, but the last thing I want to say is that murderous, torturous, horrible people have families that they love, have families that they go home to. I don't understand this argument, and I don't really want to spend much time kind of on it. No,
I think, how can I put, I'm trying to think how I'd best like to put this. I'm just trying to find something which I think is really good. I'm trying to find the name of the book. I don't think I can find it. Let me just give one last check. I had it on a list the other day that I wanted to bring up. Am I going to be able to find it? No, okay. But there's a fantastic book, and I'll try and find it and tweet it out after. I probably won't tweet it out, but I'll find it if anyone wants it. Account of the Waffen SS in World War II. Obviously, committed some of the most heinous crimes in World War II. And if you can't understand that people with families commit sadistic, torturous, evil acts, commit war crimes, commit unspeakable acts of terror, I don't know what to tell you. I just, like, Jackson, I understand where you're coming from, but I just fundamentally don't agree with you. And I don't think it's problematic at all. I think you can make the argument that, is it going to be problematic in later seasons when our heroes are just killing orcs by the hundreds? Sure. But that's a problem Tolkien wrestled with. So it's fine for us to wrestle with these issues. Anyway, we're not going to talk about it anymore because I see people getting a bit het up in chat, and we've got like 5 other storylines to talk about. Anything else you want to say about Mordor or Sauron pre-Eregion before we move on?
I don't think so. I think that's everything I wanted to talk about. But I'm very confident with this storyline at the moment. I really like the direction they've taken it in. I like this more personal look into the lives of the orcs, and I like that we're getting these, like, these characters that would be treated as side characters in kind of other Tolkien adaptations are given their moments and their introductions, and I really like that. I mean, I think it's a good thing about the Rings of Power being a TV show. There's 8 episodes long. They're often described as kind of like mini hour-long films, and I think that really lends itself to giving that time to kind of flesh out these characters a little bit more. So yeah, I'm really liking where this storyline's going.
Yeah. I also missed 2 questions from our patrons about the initial prologue, but I think we can answer these pretty quickly. Did the Sauron spaghetti work for you? Yes, absolutely. Love Sauron spaghetti. Love the big glute monster. Huge fan of it. That was from Jennifer. And Katie also asked a question about the ref scenes, but I saw Brandon answered that earlier. And I think Katie was here for that as well. But yes, it was a mix of pickups from season 1 and some things they didn't use in season 1. So not technically new, but unused from season 1. Right, Anna, next up, we're going to go into Lindon. Where do we start with Lindon? Do you want to talk about that initial scene by the big tree? Do you want to skip ahead to Círdan? We can start wherever you like with Lindon, but I think those first 2 episodes, just some of the most fascinating interactions. I mean, especially for characters like Gil-galad, who haven't had a lot of screen time before, but Elrond and Galadriel's relationship, Círdan. I mean, we can start wherever you'd like, but what were your kind of big takeaways from the Lindon plotline in those first 2 episodes?
I just feel so vindicated as a Gil-galad fan. The one thing that I wanted was more of a glimpse underneath that sort of stoic hiking, or not a facade, but that mask that he sort of puts on in front of the elves when he's kind of talking to them. But, oh my goodness, Benjamin Walker, he gets so much flack. Even after these episodes, I've seen people talking on Twitter about that they don't like this about his delivery, they don't like that about his delivery. And maybe I'm biased because I just really love the character, but I don't see the problem. I think he portrays a High King perfectly, especially a High King who's sort of stuck between preparing for war and still putting on this mask of confidence for his people. And oh God, it was just incredible. We got that softness when he's explaining that, their time is up in Middle-earth. We get the song, we get his reaction to their kind of troubles being over. It was just great. We got some moments of humour. I really like how the relationship between him and Galadriel is developing. This moment, I can't remember it exactly, so I'm going to have to paraphrase, but she says, why haven't you, punished me for this? And he replies, he's like, I'm considering it. And
so good.
God, they're just really letting him shine at the moment, and I feel so great as a Gil-galad fan. We told you guys in season 1, we told you.
It just required a bit of patience, right? And I think we could have seen more of him in season 1, but in a way, having this evolve in season 2 is so much more satisfying. Like you say, the moment of humor where it says, I am still considering it. The way the way he differs between, like, it's an almost inverted relationship now in season 2 with Elrond and Galadriel. Like, in season 1, he was, turning to Elrond as his most trusted kind of lieutenant. Galadriel was out of favor. Now it's a bit more, in episode 1, Galadriel's in favor almost, and Elrond's on the outside. And then in episode 2, you see we've almost gone from Elrond on top and Galadriel on bottom to Galadriel on top, Elrond on bottom, and now we're kind of in this uneasy balance where Gil-galad, and this is what I loved about his portrayal of King with that final scene in episode 2 where, he's like, the compromise is, Galadriel, yes, you get to go to a region, yes, you get a company, but you're not leading it. Elrond's leading it. And I thought that was... I talked about this, I think, in my review of episodes 1 and 2, is that what I've loved about Ben Walker's portrayal of Gil-galad is he's not a perfect king, right? He's not like some kind of idealistic, perfect king who always knows the right answer. But he's very pragmatic, and he's just always trying to do the right thing for his people. And I think... we'll talk about it in a bit, but you see that he's kind of learnt that from Círdan, where Círdan's like, you can do option A, and there's upsides and downsides, or you can do option B, and there's upsides and downsides, and it's not about there being a perfect choice, it's about trying to do the right thing with the choice you have presented to you.
Yeah, and I think they touch on it as well when he talks to Galadriel, because she says, like, you considered the rings, like, thank you for trusting me on this. And he says, it was the last resort. This was, you've made it this way, that this is the only way we can stop the fading. And one thing I want to touch on that Matt and Jessica have both mentioned is just an incredible moment after, it's directly after Galadriel reveals that Halbrand is Sauron. He just goes... and turns around, and the subtitles just say exclaims in Sindarin, and God, what a moment.
So good.
It's just so good.
It's like I do feel like I would like to start doing that in my daily life, but then people just look at you like, have you got something caught in the back of your throat? What was that? Evil, right? But it's just the way he does it, it's just like you can see inside Gil-galad's head. He's like, he knew he was bracing for a bad answer when he was asking Galadriel to answer this question, but I think in his wildest dreams, he was not expecting her to say, yeah, so it's Sauron, and you could just see he's like, oh my, he just, I think in that moment, it's not Elrond, he wants to jump off the cliff and be like, let me just end this.
Because how people say, like, prepare yourself for the worst case scenario. I think he did that, and even his worst case scenario was not that bad. Yeah, it's just... and we got an interesting question actually around these two relationships, and I'll read the first part now because we'll get on to Elrond and Galadriel in a bit, because I think that's more interesting when we get to the Círdan stuff. Jessica from Patreon asked, you can see a definite change in how Gil-galad acts towards Galadriel. He shows a lot more warmth and empathy in his conversations with her. Do you think he maybe accepts a measure of responsibility in Galadriel's vulnerability to being deceived by Halbrand, as he/Elrond ignored her fear warnings that Sauron was back in season 1? I don't know what you think, Anna. I don't think it's that he's like, oh, you were right about Sauron being back. I think it's more that he is just quite a paternal figure, and when he sees what's happened to Galadriel and the pain she's been through and the trauma she's been through, like, I thought the most telling moment was in episode 2 where he's saying to her, you cannot face him alone. But he's not saying it in like a diminishing, you're not strong enough, or like, you're too weak, or I don't trust you. It's like there's a genuine concern from Gil-galad to Galadriel that she might be lost and Sauron might be able to take control of her or deceive her or, kill her. And what I loved about that was that it was one of those moments where almost he let his guard down a little bit, and he came across almost like a parental figure towards her. And I know people are going to be like, she's older than him. I'm like, yeah, she is. But as a king to your subjects and to your commanders, that is part of your job, to be a paternal pastoral figure. It's just part of the job, and I really liked seeing it. Yeah, and I think that they do have an interesting relationship, and their ages probably are part of that fact. He has to deal with the fact that she is technically his senior, whilst he ranks higher than her, and she also is the commander of his northern armies. So in season 1, it's true that I wouldn't say like necessarily he ignored them, but he probably just didn't believe that this was happening. And he is lending a more sympathetic ear to her in this season, and I like the way that he's almost, while he's not admitting perhaps that he was wrong, he's allowing himself to step into more of this mentor-like role, and he's not dismissing her anymore. He's giving her kind of genuine advice, but he's not being like, he's ripping the band-aid off quite quickly, you know. I really like the moment when she's talking about him and she says Halbrand, and he's very, very quick and harsh to correct her on the fact that it's not Halbrand, it's Sauron. And he needs her to accept the responsibility for that fact, I think.
Yeah, I think it's very telling. We got another question about this kind of from Louise, who was asking, like, is it a class thing in terms of the way Galadriel and Gil-galad talk down to Elrond in that first episode, and then even a little bit in the second episode? And I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's that because Elrond's necessarily because he's a half elf, or because, you know, he isn't. It is more just because Gil-galad has that responsibility. He is the last High King of the Noldor. And one thing I always try to emphasize to people is that the history of High Kings of the Noldor throughout the First Age is a pretty sad one. It's most of them leading their people in either a valiant or stupid quest and ending up dead. And ending up with their people either driven from their cities or dying or betrayed in some way or exiled. Like, the history of High Kings of the Noldor, it's not a job title you want. You know, if you're aware of your history, it's a job title that is really going to lead to dealing with some pretty awful stuff. And so I think Gil-galad, you know, I saw some people saying, like, oh, they've made him more likable this season. I think it's just that he's complex. He has different sides. He has the sternness of a king, but he also has a care for someone like Elrond or someone like Galadriel. He values them. And I think it's just important to note that, like, if a character acts one way in one season and another way in a second season, it's not because the writers are changing who they are. It's that different situations allow characters to show different signs. Same with Galadriel. She was incredibly driven and kind of blinded, blinded by her need for revenge and by her trauma and her loss. But then there are moments where you see the soft of her side of her come through, and that's not the writers retconning her character. It's the characters act differently based on the situation they're in.
I agree, and I think the last thing that I want to say about Gil-galad before we carry on is just, there was a moment that I really liked, and it's when Galadriel says the line to him from the trailer that we got, you know, that Sauron doesn't need armies to take control of the mines of Middle-earth, he only needs rings. And we get this shot of Gil-galad, who had Vilya on display, and he hides it, you know, he puts his other hand over it as if he's kind of shielding it from that truth, which I thought was a really nice touch. And we do get a lot of shots this season of just people, close-up shots of people's hands, and they're kind of fiddling with the rings, and they're kind of, it's really interesting, but I like that the choice that they've gone with to show that.
Yeah, and I think, like, for each of the three ring bearers, they have a complicated relationship to the rings. Like, Círdan, naturally, his initial instinct is to agree with Elrond that these have danger in them. But as we see more in his conversation with Elrond in episode 2, he's also very aware that it might be a poison chalice, it might be in some regards a mistake, but is also their only method of salvation, and it is the only way to stop the fading of the elves for now. And yes, this is a mistake on the elves' behalf, but it's a mistake that Tolkien writes into the story. It's the fundamental mistake of the elves throughout all three ages, is that they're trying to put off their inevitable fate. And they shouldn't be doing that. They should be accepting it. But it's one of the great things about Tolkien's writing, that the elves are not perfect, especially First Age elves. They are vain, they are arrogant, they are dismissive towards other races, and we can talk about that more when it comes to Celebrimbor and Eregion. But it's really beautiful to see the way the show is continuing that complexity with the elves, even with someone as wise as Círdan. Because the thing is, Tolkien never tells us why Círdan would accept a ring in the books. I mean, he doesn't really tell us why any of the three accept the ring. The point is that it is a complex question for them with no easy answer. And I think, you know, obviously the idea of the ring falling to Galadriel is a nice touch, but I think it's also just about this idea that each of them in their own way, the three ring bearers, they each see the ring having a different value, and they all see the issues with it, but they also feel like they don't have a choice. And I think it's very nice storytelling to have that ambiguity, that grey area, that no easy answers almost.
I agree. I think you've kind of led us on quite nicely to talk about maybe Círdan and the Grey Havens.
Yes.
So
sorry, I just wanted to show these two shots. Yeah, Elrond jumping off the cliff, which is a great shot, but my favourite shot from that scene is Gil-galad trying to hastily run after him in his giant robes. And it's just like, these weren't designed for running in. Anyway, so yes, good. let's get to Círdan in the Grey Havens. Take us on.
Oh goodness, did you have to put me on that with that shot? It's just,
I know, it's so
we touched on it before, so I'm not going to talk too much about Círdan himself, but goodness, like, Ben Daniels as Círdan was just like god tier casting. I don't think they could have done any better than him. Just this shot of it, I think I said before in our episode when we first got the announcement of Ben Daniels as Círdan, the one thing I want from him this season is a shot of him forlornly staring across the water, and that's quite literally the first shot we got of him. And just everything about him is impeccable, but I really, really love the design of the Grey Havens. We haven't seen too much of it yet. Most of the shots we've got are either like indoors or right by the coastline. But from the kind of sort of outside shots we've got, oh my goodness, how beautiful is it?
It's gorgeous. I mean, I don't need to go on about this shot and all the other shots, because as I've tweeted about, the way it perfectly encapsulates the description of Círdan from the Peoples of Middle-earth, where he stands on the cliff forlorn looking out towards Valinor, which is his heart's greatest desire to return, but stays because the Valar ask him to. I mean, just God, beautiful. But no, I agree with you on the design of the Grey Havens, and maybe I'll just flip back to that wide shot of the Grey Havens. The thing I love about this introductory shot is that the Grey Havens, it's got this almost, it's part of the land. Like, look at the way even his boathouse is kind of sunken into the ground, the tree climbing up the lighthouse, the way everything is just kind of nestled between the forests. It is like, and makes sense for someone like Círdan, who is one of the Teleri elves, to have that connection to the land and be much more harmonious with nature. I've seen some people saying like, oh, why is it so small and less built up than in the Peter Jackson films? I think what people need to remember is that the Grey Havens, by the end of the Third Age, and actually throughout most of the Third Age, is really the biggest elven settlement on the western coast of Middle-earth. Obviously there's Imladris, Rivendell, but that's quite a small location really. Yes, it's Elrond's haven for his people, but really the Grey Havens at this point, Mithlond, becomes the much bigger settlement, and we won't give spoilers for all the reasons in the late Second Age, but obviously it becomes the predominant domain. So at this point, it's a much smaller location. I like that. And yes, obviously you could make arguments, where are they going to get all the ships from, etc. But like, God, just enjoy this beautiful shot. I mean, it's so... I said on Twitter, like, when you get asked that question of if you could live anywhere in Middle-earth, where would you live? It used to be like Eregion or Rivendell or the Shire. Now for me it's Grey Havens immediately, first answer, last answer.
It's just so good, and I loved like the interior we got of Círdan's workshop as well. And I think, I can't remember if it's him or what kind of one of his apprentices, but they're kind of looking down at something they've just crafted, and it's one of his apprentices just goes, perfection. And he's like, no, perfection only exists in Valinor. She's like, thank you, Master Círdan. And I was just like, wow, this is like everything I wanted and more. And I love they're giving us these older, wiser elves like Círdan and Celebrimbor, and we're getting to see them pass down their knowledge with their apprentices. And especially now that we've got Círdan and Elrond, it's just so good. It's so nice to see.
Yeah, it really is. And I suppose the last kind of segment in Lindon we really need to talk about, which I think is important, is of course that whole the three ring, and we've touched on it a little bit, but I just want to touch on this bit, which is when obviously Círdan goes out to sea, and I chose the funniest possible screenshot I could, which is him sort of getting bopped out of the boat by the wave. And I think, like most people, my interpretation of this scene is very much that this is once again the Valar, as they like to do, just sending little nudges here and there to say you might want to reconsider this, you might want to reconsider that. And unlike unlike the Numenoreans later, Círdan correctly interprets this sign as to say, maybe don't throw away the rings. Maybe this is actually going to be important and helpful to you. But I loved this because, again, and what he then says to Gil-galad when he returns to Lindon after the Golden Leaves song and then they use the rings, is when Círdan says to Gil-galad, perfection does not only exist in Valinor, Celebrimbor has brought it here, which is a lovely throwback to Season 1, Episode 8, when Celebrimbor says that he hoped to bring Valinor to Middle-earth when he's first talking to Halbrand. But also, as you said, what efficient storytelling to have Círdan's first lines being that perfection only exists in Valinor. Because I saw some people saying, like, but why does Círdan change his mind? And I'm like, they tell you in Círdan's very first scene, his heart longs for Valinor. It's his heart's greatest desire to go there. But when he has the opportunity to still serve the Valar by staying in Middle-earth and protecting it, and to bring that perfection here, and save the people of save the elves of Middle-earth and stop them having to leave, for me, I was like, of course, this is an easy choice for Círdan at this point. And for me, I was really glad, because I remember us talking when we watched the trailers, like, and when we did our episode on Círdan, like, why would he accept a ring? And I just completely bought the explanation they gave us.
Yeah, it was great. And actually, you've just reminded me of something I did want to mention when we talked about the prologue scene, talking about a reference to Celebrimbor in Season 1. Because one of my favourite Celebrimbor moments, I know that they were few and far between in Season 1, was when he's talking to Gil-galad in, I think it's like Episode 8, and he's talking about the creation of this new power, and he's paraphrasing something he said from Halbrand. He's talking about it's a power of the unseen world. And then in the prologue this time around, we get, original form Sauron saying those same words. He's saying a new kind of power, not of the flesh, but over flesh. And I thought that was such a nice detail. But yeah, I wanted to throw that in there.
No, it's great because it is because obviously the first time we hear it in the show in Season 1 is when Adar says that that's what Sauron talked about it. Then we have Celebrimbor saying it after obviously Halbrand's already wormed his way into his mind at the end of Season 1. And then you have in Season 2, like you say, you go right back to the start and see him saying it for the first time, and it's this, they're doing so many smart kind of, I don't even really want to call them callbacks, they're almost just like thematic connections and progressions and rhyming moments, and it's lovely. And then of course we get to the lovely scene of the Golden Leaves, and we get this beautiful shot, which is one of my favorites from the trailer of the tree all dead. We did actually have a question about this from Patreon. Where was it? Katie asked, do you think Sauron snuck into Lindon somehow and poisoned the tree himself? And in what form? Still goo creature or as Halbrand? I don't think they're ever going to address that. I think it's just, as Gil-galad says in Season 1, it is an outer manifestation of their inner, turmoil, and the point is that the elves like let's be honest, it is the easy way for the show to explain Tolkien's quite metaphysical concept of the elves fading, and I don't think it requires Sauron's intervention for that to happen. But I don't know if you disagree with that, Anna.
No, I think I'm sort of on the same page as you. I get where the question comes from, because when we see the tree dying originally, we see this kind of blackness taking over it, almost like a goo, and it really does kind of reflect back to how we see Sauron at the start of Season 2. But I don't think it is. And the one thing I would like is if we just leave that kind of lost Silmaril plot back in Season 1. I think that over and done with. We don't need to bring that one back up.
No, I think we've all reached the point where we're like, we survived it in Season 1, we don't need to remember it now, let's just, move on from it. Yes. But there was a callback to Season 1, which I really liked in this scene, and it's in this shot where you saw the leaves starting to turn back to gold, and if you look at the branches of the tree and then the trunk of the tree, and I've shown it in this screenshot, you see these golden lines of light moving through the tree. And if you go back and watch the Season 1 prologue, when Galadriel tells the story of Morgoth destroying the two trees, you actually see these same golden veins of light being kind of worn out by the black poison of Sauron, of Morgoth and Ungoliant. And so I really liked that, continuing this idea that the three rings are bringing the light of Valinor and the perfection of Valinor to Middle-earth. I liked that they reused that exact same imagery and said, just in the way Morgoth killed the trees, in the reverse, these three rings are healing that same pain. You know, because for those who haven't read the Silmarillion, when Feanor, when the two trees are killed, the Valar ask Feanor for the Silmarils, because the Silmarils were crafted using the light of the two trees, and the Valar believe they could heal the two trees using that light. So in a way, it's this beautiful kind of rhyme with the actual original text of that.
Yeah, and I think that really lends itself well to Celebrimbor's story in general this season, because I think obviously we've touched on the fact that he wants to bring the light of Valinor and the magic of Valinor to Middle-earth. And one of the things that we theorized about is that Anatar is going to give him a vision at some point of what Eregion could look like with that, you know, it's going to rival Valinor, it's going to parallel it. And Celebrimbor now has the knowledge that the three rings have worked. You know, he's successfully, in some form, brought that light to Middle-earth. So, you know, that's only going to spur him on. You know, he's already lied to Gil-galad, he's already got the dwarves involved. I think it just really lends itself really well to his story.
Yeah. I just want to address a couple of questions in chat. D. Simovic said, "What became of the mithril myth? Will they address it?" Apocryphal. That's all you need to accept. It's apocryphal. It's probably not true, but it was a way of explaining why mithril has the special qualities that we know it does in the books, and it's fine. I don't want them to go back and address it. It's fine. Apocryphal's great for me. It's a great mystery that we don't need answering. Matt says, "I wish we saw Ungoliant." Matt, we'll get on to certain spiders, but I'll tell you, I don't want to see any more spiders, so no thank you. And I think Marco makes a great point where Marco says, so all these things happening, the tree, the volcano, and the dwarves, made me think of the concept of Morgoth's ring, the evil ley lines that spread the darkness across Middle-earth as it gets stronger. And I think that's a great answer, and for those of you who've read Morgoth's ring or are familiar with the concept of Arda Mard, which is this idea that Morgoth's initial rebellion and corruption of Arda, which is the earth, is what fundamentally makes us live in a fallen world, or the characters live in a fallen world. I think that's a great interpretation. So yeah. Okay, anything else we want to say about Lindon before we move on to Eregion?
I think the only thing I really wanted to say is that I really like the way they've explored Elrond and Galadriel's relationship. It's as you say, it's almost flipped on its head from season 1, and what I really like is that I kind of vividly remember coming out of the first 2 episodes of season 1, and Robert Aramayo as Elrond had just like charmed me. Like every moment he was on screen, I was just smiling and I was happy, and I was like, oh my goodness, he is Herald Elrond. And we've almost sort of got the opposite this time. You know, he's the world's sort of against him, and he's having to kind of fight his corner, and we get this really sad moment where he's debating jumping off the waterfall, and you can almost see him kind of think back to his mother, and yes. It's such a far cry from his character in season 1, but just the range that Robert gives us is absolutely incredible, and I think that him and Morgoth just bounce off each other so well, and I'm really excited to see how they work together in this sort of band that Elrond's going to be leading, where Galadriel is still technically the commander of the armies. I think they've opened that up to a really interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk for hours about their dynamic in these first 2 episodes. I think it's great that they've added this layer of tension, and the idea that neither of them is completely right. You know, as Círdan says to Elrond, you know, it's not as simple as saying that these rings are dangerous. He says, yes, they are, but look at the power they wield, and in our hands they could do good. And he's not wrong, and neither is Galadriel wrong that she did what she thought was best, but also Elrond isn't wrong that he fears this is part of Sauron's plan, and obviously it is part of Sauron's plan. It's such an interesting dynamic, and we got a great another question from Patreon, which was kind of part 2 from Jessica, who said, Elrond was super harsh with Galadriel. Do you think he might come to realise his own fault in the situation as well, as he didn't trust her when she warned him either? I don't think it's about Elrond realising that he has fault in the situation, because I don't think it's about Elrond having fault, but I think it's again, about Elrond becoming a little bit more like Gil-galad and because what it takes to be a leader, which is where we're eventually going to see Elrond going throughout these 5 seasons, is a certain pragmatism, a certain ability to cast off your own idealism, to put your people first. And so I don't think Elrond is going to soften towards Galadriel because he's going to suddenly say, oh, actually, no, Galadriel was completely right and I was completely wrong. But I think, I think the most telling line is from Círdan when he says, it is called humility. And Elrond says, it doesn't seem possible. And, Círdan explains that of course it's possible, it's just very hard to do. And so I think all of this is just playing into Elrond's growth as a character. It's not about... I guess it's not about Elrond accepting that Galadriel was right, because I don't think that's totally true. I think it's about Elrond realising that they're both right and they're both wrong and there are no easy answers.
I agree. And I think before we move on to kind of Eregion, there's just a few comments to touch on. Light Blinded Fool says, technically the 3 rings aren't an issue until the 1 ring is created, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you're exactly kind of spot on about that, because the thing about the 1 ring is that it's 1 ring to rule them all. And while the elven rings, they're not technically free of Sauron's influence, but they're not at risk of kind of corruption without that 1 ring.
Yeah,
It's
really interesting. In the books, Tolkien tells us a couple of different things. One, when the 1 ring is created, in one version of the story, the elves are already wearing the rings, and they take them off as soon as he puts the 1 ring on, because they perceive that he could read their minds, that he could influence them, that he could do whatever.
Yeah.
I guess, in a sense, they technically aren't an issue, but as Tolkien tells us himself in his letters, in his writing, it's not that there's something fundamentally wrong with the rings. It's that the elves are fighting against their own fate that was decided for them by Eru, by God. And so they aren't wrong to want to preserve their people. That's a natural emotion for them, and it's completely understandable. But their idea that they can just constantly put off the fading to remain in Middle-earth is a misguided idea. So I agree with you, Light Blinded Fool. You're right in saying that there's nothing technically wrong with them. But the interesting thing about the 3 rings is that on a kind of philosophical level, they are wrong. But that's just one of the interesting things about Tolkien's. Was there another comment you also wanted to get to, Anna?
There's just a few. It's just really nice to see a few familiar people in the comments, and I think Katie's back. And she actually says, it's interesting to see the way Anna describes Elrond in season 1 is how she feels seeing Círdan now in season 2. I think that's so nice, just the new introduction. I like that, because season 1 was our reintroduction to Middle-earth, and we were meeting all of these characters for the first time, and I like that we haven't lost that joy going into season 2. I mean, we got to meet Círdan, and guys, I think we're going to meet Tom Bombadil tomorrow.
God, shut up.
Isn't it just crazy?
Shut up. No, it's not crazy. It's terrible. But no, I think everyone's making great points in the chat about the rings. And, as we saw, it's allowing both Galadriel and Gil-galad to kind of enhance their gift of foresight, or to kind of kindle it and unlock it. So, it's giving them powers and it's giving them lots of great things, and Círdan can see the benefit. But again, it's just this idea that this isn't a value neutral thing, that there is going to be a downside to this, and obviously shut up, Anna, in the chat. But there's the Tom Bombadil excitement is just ruining my mood. But yeah, no, I think the way they're handling the 3 rings is so perfect, and I was so wrong about the way I thought Círdan was going to approach the rings, and I'm glad I was wrong, because I thought he was just going to be really against it, but then only accept it because he respects his High King and would respect the Order because he is someone who serves. I just love that it's more complicated than that for him, and that he is this medium voice. And do you know what? Last thing I'll say on Lindon before we move on, but still, hands down best scene is when Círdan's talking about Rúmil first, but the best line is where he says, "Do not speak to me of Daeron. Ugh, insufferable." And I'm going to use that in my life now. When someone talks about someone I don't like, I'm going to say, "Do not speak to me of Bombadil. Ugh, insufferable."
It's just so good. It's like I said before, Círdan, I think, is kind of a hard character to adapt well, but they did it perfectly. You know, they really struck that balance between the humor and the humility, because it runs a risk when you have the kind of the oldest elf in Middle Earth, who's very wise and very humble and kind of very stuck on his profession. You could kind of make him very stoic, and not stoic, but I don't know if you know what I mean. But I really like that they gave him those moments of lightness and laughter, and moments when he was kind of trying to relate to Elrond almost.
Yeah, it's oh god, we will be here now if I'm allowed to keep speaking about Círdan, but just hands down best introduction they've done, and Ben Daniels, what an absolute gift. If you guys are looking for more watch after who?
Damrod, of course.
Oh right, sorry. Obviously, duh. How did I not realise that? Damrod, of course. But yeah, if any of you guys are looking for more watch recommendations involving Ben Daniels, Interview with Vampire, great show. He's in season 2 of that. Foundation, yes. Great sci-fi show. He's in season 2 of that. And if you want an Amazon one, because you've probably got a Prime Video subscription to watch the show, The Exorcist is a brilliant TV series, and Ben Daniels is the lead in that, so I'd highly recommend that. Okay, let's move on from Lindon. Well, as we're going to move to Eregion, we did actually have a question that kind of ties the two of them together. Now, obviously, as we saw in episode 1, Gil-galad sends messengers with a warning to Celebrimbor about Sauron, and as we see, those messengers never made it there because we see them dead in the forest. We see the beautiful scroll case, and we got a question from who was it from? It was from Dunedain Patrick, who said, theories on or thoughts about who waylaid Gil-galad's messengers. Those scroll cases are fine. Anna, I initially had one theory, which I now think is wrong, and I have another theory, but I want to hear yours first. Who or what waylaid those messengers?
So I'm more on the side of the what. I think that they got in the path of the Barrow-wights en route. I mean, we know that Galadriel and Elrond initially will probably take the same route that they did because they're going to Eregion to try and meet Celebrimbor. I think that they're going to encounter the Barrow-wights, and I think that that's probably what stopped the other messengers last time. I could be wrong. I actually have no idea what happened to them, but considering the fact that we know our little merry band of elves is going to come into contact with them, it seems pretty easy to deduce.
Can I admit that I didn't think of this theory at all until I saw someone say it on Twitter? I just thought it was the orcs, and I thought this was because you know how when Sauron leaves Mordor, Adar says, follow him every step of the way, so clearly there are orcs following him. I was thinking that he'd turned those orcs already and had left those orcs behind to basically go and do his bidding. But I think you're right that actually, and I saw this, and the big giveaway is that when the dead elves are dragged away, they're dragged away by chains, and we don't see what's dragging them. But in the preview footage and the trailers we've seen of the Barrow-wights, they seem to have these chains that they're kind of using as weapons. So I think you're right. I think we'll see tomorrow that it was the Barrow-wights. And I think I'm just embarrassed I didn't pick up on that, because usually I feel like I'm quite good at spotting things like these. But, oh well,
Yeah, I hadn't even made the correlation about the chains, which Jessica also has just mentioned in the chat. I just kind of assumed it's because we know Galadriel's going to see them. One last thing that you've actually just reminded me of is that for all the trailers we got, I never once thought that when Gil-galad said, station people at every stop, he must be found, I never ever guessed that he was talking about Elrond. Yeah,
I mean, I don't think any of us could have guessed that. That would have been such a left field guess. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, good misdirection in the trailers. We often say, "Oh, the trailers are revealing too much," and then they do something like that. I did see a question. The Age of the Ring said the real question is whether Sauron raised the Barrow-wights specifically to take out the messages. I think he probably raised them to kill any elves who came that way. He probably didn't know they were going to be messengers, but he as I think we're going to see from those shots in the trailer, he's probably destroyed that bridge that Galadriel and Elrond are going to come across. He's raised the Barrow-wights. He might have done other stuff. I think, much like he was getting Adar ready to attack them, I think he's always 12 steps ahead. And as we're now going to talk about, of course, my favourite part of these 3 episodes, it's just Like, for those of you who are like me, who Celebrimbor is one of your favourite characters, who the manipulation, the deception, the seduction of Anatar and Eregion is one of your favourite stories, I could go on about this for hours, and I already have technically in my review, but it's just so placed pitch perfectly, from him arriving in a vulnerable human form, looking beaten down, appealing to Celebrimbor's sympathetic side, asking him if he's his friend, asking if he can tell him his secrets, all these vulnerable things to get under his skin, and then unleashing his power and basically switching that relationship into a dominant one where he is putting Celebrimbor on the back foot. I mean, Anna, just in terms of that scene where, Celebrimbor finally lets him into the tower and they have that conversation, I mean, what were your thoughts on that? Did you love that as much as I did? Because I couldn't have imagined that to have gone any more perfectly.
It was just incredible, and the first thing that I did want to point out was that I love that Celebrimbor has a designated umbrella carrier. That's impeccable, and if I was a lord, I probably would want the same thing. And something that makes me laugh is that me and you spent so long theorizing about why it was daylight when Halbrand reaches Eregion.
Yes.
And it's nighttime when he's let in. And I love the fact that the explanation is just that he was waiting around.
Do you know what? What was the line Galadriel says to Elrond in season 1 when she says to Elrond, "Evil does not sleep, Elrond. It waits, and in the moment of our, whatever, it rises again." And I almost thought this whole sequence was like the perfect encapsulation. Like, Sauron is the waiting malice. He is not sleeping. He is just waiting for the perfect moment. And I loved everything about that, from when Celebrimbor first sees him in episode 1 and Halbrand's smiling up at him, to then when Midania comes out to see him and he deliberately shows her the scars on his back, to then when Celebrimbor comes down. And I knew they were going to nail the manipulation as soon as Sauron has that line, or Halbrand has that line, where he says, "It's always the way, isn't it? The true creators toil until our fingers bleed, while those with power come and take what profits them and then leave us holding the rest." And I just thought, like, he understands Celebrimbor so well. He knows that the one thing that is going to get to the kind of grandson of Fëanor is the idea of creators not being valued for their work and being just valued for their creations. And everything that follows up, I just knew that it was going to go perfectly from there.
It was just so good, and I think, like, Charlie Vickers and Charles Edwards just complement each other so well. And I think the moment for me was when Halbrand, I'm just going to call him Sauron, is invited in, and he sits down and he's just, he props his feet up. He's either kind of eating something or he's drinking, and he just looks so casual. And then, you've got this screenshot here. Celebrimbor turns around to close the windows and that mask just drops. And it's like you mentioned before, Charlie Vickers said that he did this as well in season 1, and I would love to know how many Halbrand scenes there are in season 1 where if it cuts away from him for a moment, he just drops. It's just...
Do you know the big one I think we never saw, which I think was retelling, was after Galadriel and Adar's conversation in the barn where she has him locked up, and the last thing Adar says to Halbrand just before he leaves is, "Who are you?" And we only get a shot of Halbrand from the back. Yes. And I'm like, even to this day, I want to know what expression he had on his face. And all of this scene is so good. I mean, I really hated when he said to Celebrimbor, like, "I could never hide anything from you." And then, and Celebrimbor's like, "Whatever you need to tell me, I will accept it with an open heart." I'm just like, how dare you do this to Celebrimbor? How dare you abuse this poor elf's trust and this desire to help and desire to heal and to make Middle-earth a better place. It was just, I was like, it is, as Jessica said earlier, it is very Hannibal vibes. And yes, Anna, you still do need to watch that after season 2 ends. But I think actually, in a weird way, you'll appreciate Hannibal even more after watching season 2, because you'll see all the things that I recognise in it. But then can we talk about the scene where he starts to tell him he's one of the Valar, and then when he disappears, and the way Celebrimbor was so shook, he knocks the bottle off, and then the light in his little fire goes out, then all the lamps start to go. Like, it genuinely plays like a horror film in that short sequence.
It's so good, but you have skipped over one very, very, very important detail, which is Celebrimbor's first reaction to finding out that the rings are working is, I'm going to go and open up a first age bottle.
Get the wine out, get on the booze, get a drink in, it's my round. Brilliant. But you actually raised my favourite line from the whole episode earlier, when Halbrand says, "Are you crying?" and he says, "Are you weeping?" and he says, "No, I am reveling." You have no idea what it's like after all this time to finally create something. And it's just, in that one sentence, you understand Celebrimbor completely, and you understand that for thousands of years he's been living in his father and his grandfather's shadow, and he finally feels like he's stepped out. But I do also like, you see the real arrogance of the Noldor when Halbrand asks him to make the rings for men, and he says, Men are covetous. And I'm like, Celebrimbor, you are the grandson of Feanor, and you're telling someone else that men are covetous? Like, is there a mirror in Eregion you could perhaps look into?
But, oh my gosh, as you say, like, moving on to the next scene, I still don't think I have words to quite describe it. When I was watching it for the first time, I think that I was reacting to it with the exact same expression that Celebrimbor had on his face. Just like the pure awe, like tears in my eyes. It was just, everything about it. It's the way the flames turn into clouds and golden light just go completely dark. And Celebrimbor walks towards the fire, and you can see why. Like, there's this, like, almost devilish but angelic being in front of him, and he like brings up Feanor. He name drops the Lord of the Rings. Celebrimbor's bowing to him. It's just he looks like the second coming of Christ. It's just, oh my god, like, that is cinema.
It's biblical in every sense of the word, and I love that he still plays with Celebrimbor even then, where he says, you don't need to bow to me, and I am your partner, nothing more. Also, love the use of the word partner for no particular reason. But
I do wish that he had, I would have loved if he'd made a reference to season 1 and just been like, nobody kneels in Eregion.
That would have been. I think the problem was I would have laughed if they'd done that.
Yes.
But yeah, and the way he just glides and just I've said it before, but Charlie Vickers really is giving a chameleon-like performance. One thing we skipped over in Mordor plotline, again going back to that, when do we see the real Sauron, is when he bows at Adar's feet and says, "I vow to serve the Lord of Mordor till the end of my days, or his." Yes. And he's looking straight in the camera and he's smiling, and it's just, it's gorgeous. But then you contrast that with, as soon as you see him as Anatar, you just believe it, and you're just instantly in, and you go, yes, this is a messenger of the Valar. This is exactly where we need to be. I saw Jessica's point about people are saying that Anatar's still in the shadow even with all the light, and I did see that theory on Twitter, and I like the interpretation. However, I do think that it is more about, like, the shot is framed this way because it looks more biblical this way. If Halbrand was the one giving off light, you wouldn't be able to light the background. Like, this is a choice from cinematography to have him backlit like that, because then you get the god rays and the angel light. I don't think it's... I really like that theory people had, that the idea that the light isn't coming from Sauron, it's coming from behind him, like he is giving off no light. But I do also think this was just a smart choice from the cinematographer and from the VFX team to have him backlit, because it is just like, it just in filmmaking terms, it makes for a much more impressive shot. But the point I wanted to bring up that you raised was this idea that he calls Celebrimbor the Lord of the Rings, and it's so good because it's tempting him with the idea of being the successor to Feanor, being the master of and the creator of the Silmarils, but it's also just the blatant projection which Sauron does so much of throughout the series. So actually, shall we say what the first thing I said to you is after this episode ended? I turned to you in the theatre in the premiere and I said, "Have we been pronouncing Anatar wrong this whole time?"
Because the whole time, and you know what, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still pronouncing it the same way I do, because it's like Adar, it just rolls off my tongue. But it's like because I say Anatar, because maybe it's because my name's Anna, that's just how I say it.
Yeah.
But it's when he comes on and he's like, you know, what am I to call you? And he's like, Anatar. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What?
We literally turned to each other as in the episode and we're like, because when he first did it, what you have to remember in the cinema, you've got that slightly more bass boosted sound as well. So it was like when he first said it, I almost didn't catch it, and then Celebrimbor says it back to him, and you're like, oh my god! And of course it makes sense because like anyone who's read Tolkien's like glossary on pronunciation at the end of Silmarillion, a double consonant like that you stress, so like melon or annatar, and you always tap the r in the words. So it like, I understand it's correct, and like I'm someone who always tries to get it right with like Mithros rather than Maedros, or you know, whatever it might be. But it was one of those weird things where I was like Annatar, and I almost like said it in the cinema because I was like, oh, that's strange.
Yeah, and I like everyone in the chat's like own interpretation of how you would write that one out. I like that everyone's gone for something different. But I think one thing that struck me about kind of seeing him in this form is in the second season, the two times that we sort of see him almost slip into a different form is in the prologue. We see it for a second that is kind of reminiscent of Bilbo Baggins' jump scare from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but it's either when the orcs are kind of shouting at him or when one of them's just tried to stab him, but he's shouting at them and he almost slips into this kind of demonic form for a second as if he can't help it. And that's the way the orcs are seeing him, you know, as that kind of devilish demonic figure. And then you have it on this other hand, and this is how he's letting Celebrimbor see him. And I think Celebrimbor almost says something along the lines of like, you're letting me see you in this form. And
yes, yeah, he says, because he says, you know, you do not need to bow to me. He says, but I have seen you in your natural form. And it's like, because for Celebrimbor, he's seeing an angel, and he's like, you know, if we saw an angel, we'd fall to our knees, you know, in real life. And it's
the way this whole scene played out, you know, he comes in, he tells Celebrimbor that basically his life's work has been a success. And then he goes a little bit horror movie-esque for a moment, but then he appears bathed in this light. He's quite literally in Celebrimbor's forge, like the place where all of his creations come to life, and he's telling him all these things. He's saying, you're going to be more revered than Feanor, who created the Silmarils, and you're going to be the Lord of the Rings. He literally looks like Jesus, and I'm just saying, I would also trust him. I would fall for that in a second.
Yeah, I mean, I think people saying, like, why does Celebrimbor fall for it? It's like, are you joking? An angel walks into your living room and says, you know, I can help you save Middle-earth. I can help you do all these things. And you're like, well, actually, don't really fancy it, mate. Like, got better stuff to be getting on with. But I love that point you made about Sauron's demonic side coming through with the orcs, because actually, staying with the Region, there is a moment you see it as well, which is when he's summoning the thunderstorm, or, you know, it's left to interpretation whether he's doing it, and he turns the camera, there's, like, you can see the darkness spreading out from his eyes, and it's in the same way. And so I love that idea that when he's actually using what his real power has become, which is, of course, tainted by Morgoth's influence, you get this great shot of him looking like almost, I think we said this on our analysis of the trailer, it's the Halbrand mask, it's being pulled tight over the skeleton that's underneath, and it's just can't contain the darkness.
Yeah, it is great. And I think Katie actually makes a really good point in the chat, obviously talking about the pronunciation of the names. It's like, a lot of people pick at the show to pronounce everything correctly all the time, and how often do we as Tolkien fans pronounce everything correctly? I'm a big believer that you shouldn't like kind of make fun of people for pronunciation, just because like there's a lot to do with kind of languages and accents, and some things you just read on paper and you've never heard them spoken aloud before. So when you're speaking them aloud for the first time, you're gonna speak them how you read them. But when it comes to the show, I think they have a team of like, you know, Tolkien experts behind the scenes. You know, they've got at least Leith McPherson, who's an expert, kind of really well versed in stuff like that. So I think the pronunciation and everything, they've got that down to a T. I never realised I was pronouncing Anatar wrong until that very moment.
Can I give you my biggest nitpick on someone who's really annoying about pronunciation is Stephen Colbert, who's obviously a big Tolkien fan, and there's always clips of him, and he hosted the panel at season 1 at San Diego Comic-Con, but he pronounces Earendel wrong. And I remember he corrected a fan at the SDCC panel in season 1. He was like, no, that's not how you say it. And I was just like, there just needs to be a bit more humility. He says it more like Yarendel, but that's a misunderstanding. I've talked with Digital Tolkien about this before, and it's a much subtler thing where you separate the E and the A, so it's Yarendel. It's much more subtle than that Yarendel. Anyway, it's not important. Like, you know, Anna, you're from Liverpool. I'm originally from Derbyshire. We pronounce words in the English language differently to how people in London would or people in Scotland would, and so it's kind of ridiculous when people are like, "You're not pronouncing it." Correctly, because it's just like
I've tried to get the rolled R's on Círdan before, but it just doesn't work for me. So Círdan is the best that I can do.
Yeah. So that we keep moving, I do want to talk about Eregion in episode 3, which had one of my favourite scenes. But I've just got this shot for it because I ran out of time. But it's a great shot, and it also gives me an opportunity to show you guys. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this because probably the quality on the stream isn't very good. But this is a piece of art done by our friend Tallies Art. You can find them on Twitter at Tallies, which is TALIES Art. ART, and they do beautiful Tolkien art, and they did this one before the season started of Anatar and Celebrimbor in Eregion, which is now basically the scene we're looking at. So I just wanted to plug that.
Incredible
that arrived
artist.
Today. Yeah, but Anatar... Oh, sorry, we did actually have a question from one of the patrons about the Anatar reveal, and I think we can answer this in one word. So Jennifer says, the Anatar reveal, perfect, over the top, or perfectly over the top? Where do you come down on that, Anna?
Perfectly over the top.
Exactly, perfectly over the top, as it should be. So, yes, episode 3, this is my favourite of the Anatar Celebrimbor stuff, and it all comes down to one scene. Like, the dwarf stuff, fine, but where it really shines is when Anatar gives him the lie that Gil-galad doesn't know he's there, and that Gil-galad has forbidden the creation of the rings. Because it's basically... because they don't have the rights to the Silmarillion, they can't use the dialogue, but it's basically a kind of cribbed version of Anatar's speech to Celebrimbor from the Silmarillion, where he says, mighty a king is Gil-galad, and wise in all lore is Master Elrond, but they will not aid me in my labours. Do they not wish to see other lands become as fair as their own? And it's literally what he's saying to Celebrimbor. And then, this is why I love Celebrimbor's response so much. For those who've read the Silmarillion, you'll know when Feanor starts to be influenced by Morgoth's lies, he withdraws from the other elves in Tirion upon Tuna, and heads to Formenos, which is the kind of Feanorian stronghold in Valinor. And there he has his own forge where he starts making weapons and shields and artifacts of war. But the important point is that Feanor, when influenced by Morgoth's lies, distances himself from the other elves, starts to get more protective over his creations, and starts to shun his own kin. And when Celebrimbor, he gets this one lie from Anatar that Gil-galad doesn't approve, and Gil-galad, if he found out about it, wouldn't let them continue. And Celebrimbor was immediately like, oh no. He will not tell me what to do in my kingdom. He will not tell me. And the best line is where he says, you know, I have apprenticed, I have studied, I have waited an age for this. He will not take it away from me. This is my moment. And it's like, oh my God, Charles Edwards, give him an award, because not only is he doing brilliant with material, but he is embodying the version of Celebrimbor that Tolkien never even had time to flesh out. But I guarantee you that if Tolkien, and you shouldn't say stuff like this, but I don't care, I'm going to do it anyway. If Tolkien had time to write more about Celebrimbor, I am confident that it would have delved more into this idea of him living in Feanor's shadow.
I agree, and this is going to sound like such a random point to make, but I'm like so prematurely devastated about how Celebrimbor's story ends that I can't even be like happy when I see pictures of him smiling, because I'm looking at this picture right now and all I feel is sadness. Like, you know, I'm so prematurely sad. But the two scenes kind of with these two characters that I really enjoyed in episode 3, I think the moment that I liked the most, I loved having them with Durin and Disa in Eregion. I thought that was a great scene. But the moment I really liked was when, they asked for some time to consider it. And Anatar is very quick to say, we don't have any time. But Celebrimbor kind of interrupts him and he cuts in and he says, no, take all of the time that you need. And it cuts to Anatar very quickly, but you almost see that he's kind of underneath doing that face twitch. He's like, okay, so he's gonna push back on me a little bit, because you almost see that disbelief that he's actually gonna take a bit of charge in the forge and everything. And then I think the second scene I really liked was obviously the moment that the rings are created, and that they very intentionally give us the shot of Celebrimbor handing the mithril to Sauron, who puts the mithril into the rings, and you see then Sauron has his hand in these rings,
It's so well done, because we talked about this before, the season. I remember we did a episode where we got a list of questions. Someone said, how are they going to show Sauron, putting his essence and will into the rings? And it's so simple. It's just it's the slight interjection. It's just, without words, saying to Celebrimbor, let me do this part. I have the knowledge. I am a Maiar. I am a servant of the Valar. Let me do this. And he takes it in one hand. He passes it to the other. He holds it a second. We hear the whispering in the background. And then as he drops it in, we hear that carrying on in the background. And it's just so well done that it's like you don't need a dialogue. You don't need anyone to explain what's happening. You just know what's happening. Can I just address a very funny comment, though, in the live chat? And you'll really appreciate this, Anna. Layla arrived and said, I was looking for the recording. And of course you guys are still going.
Listen, I put the entire blame on this for Harry and his very detailed PowerPoint that started us off today.
Can't believe you're putting it on me. This is just what happens every time. Are we not? Oh,
it is. Listen, guys, do you not have faith with us? I think we can breeze through the next 3 plot lines in 20 minutes, easy.
I think Khazad-dûm we can go quickly. Pelargir I actually have quite a bit to say about one specific thing.
Me too. I'd want to talk a lot about Isildur.
Yes, same. Okay, so anyway, because we're going to talk more about the dwarves, let's just go on to that, because I feel like we've talked a lot about Eregion, and at this point we're just gushing over Charles and Charlie, and it's just, okay, all right, let's move on to Khazad-dûm, and this is the part of the PowerPoint where I ran out of time, so you're not getting any screenshots of scenes, you're just getting this. This is all you're going to be looking at while we talk about Khazad-dûm. Anna, I'll just tell you where I was at with the Khazad-dûm plotline, because I know you won't have listened to my review, because you're just not a very good friend like that. But my view on the Khazad-dûm scenes, especially in episode 2, were, and this is going to become a recurring theme when we get to episode 3 and we talk about Númenor, I loved everything that happened in those scenes. I love the ongoing family drama between the two Durin. I love that Disa is still the heart of the storyline. Every time Disa's on screen, I'm just loving every single thing she's doing, from the lines to the looks, all of it. I just love all of it. I even enjoyed Navi's introduction, enjoyed all of it. But it just felt so rushed. It felt like we're in Khazad-dûm. And the mountain's collapsing. Why is the mountain collapsing? Because the volcano went off a while ago and the tremors have spread through here. And then it's what are we going to do about it? We'll get the Stone Singers. What are the Stone Singers going to do? They've lost the connection to the mountain. What do we do now? We're going to go to Eregion. And it just sort of felt I was just bloody hell, guys, I know you don't want, casual viewers to get bored, but also, could we take a moment with, when Disa lost her connection to the rocks, I was this needed more, we needed more time to sit with Disa in her pain in that, I felt. I
feel the same way about Disa's connection to the rocks as I feel about Eärion's grief. And what I mean about that is I feel as you say, we needed more time to sit with it. We needed more time for it to develop, for it to have more of an impact on us. And I'm completely in agreement with you. Every time we're with Khazad-dûm, it's always going to be a great storyline, isn't it? But I feel we got 6 episodes worth of storyline within 20 minutes of screen time, and it really took me by surprise, because I wanted the Stone Singers moment to have much more of an emotional impact than it did, because I think it happened way too early. And I think that, listen, later on when Disa does reconnect to the mountain, we're probably going to get like a really lovely moment of her singing with that, fingers crossed. But it's just as you say, it was quite rushed, and even the time they spend in Elegion, I didn't expect the rings to be forged that quickly for them.
Yeah, I kind of understand why the rings have to be forged quickly, but I think Beric makes a great point in the chat. Beric says, I feel like they should have had the earthquake happen in Khazad-dûm in the last season, maybe after Elrond left. Would have been a nice cliffhanger to leave on. Yeah, imagine that Khazad-dûm's last scene in season 1 was it being plunged into darkness. Imagine what that would have felt like waiting between the 2 seasons. And, maybe they just didn't come up with the idea in between season 1 and season 2. But I just felt like... And I still think that it might not be the eruption of Orodruin that's caused the collapse. I still think it might be the Balrog and they just don't realise it. But every time I have to think about the Balrog, I get annoyed. So I'm kind of in this catch-22 where I don't like either explanation.
I was actually just going to bring him up, so sorry, but I'm going to talk about him for a second. Because the thing is, it really... I was so sure about the fact that... what we saw in the trailers was Anatar conjuring a vision of the Balrog in order to get the dwarves to accept the rings. And there still could be time, because I don't think we haven't seen the rings being kind of dispersed or given out or anything. So maybe some people still need that convincing. But it does make me a bit more worried that perhaps the Balrog isn't a vision like I hoped it would be. And we're actually going to get some scenes of him getting up to no good down there.
Yeah, I think this isn't really a spoiler, but because now people know the episode title for tomorrow, which is Eldest, and we'll talk about that when we get to Rune. I'm not going to spoil what it is, but I can tell you that the episode 5 title is very dwarven connected. So for those of you who want to see more of the dwarves, episode 5 is when we'll be carrying that on.
But then again, the episode 3 title was very Numenor connected, and...
Well, I just what I mean is that's when that storyline I think will continue on with that. So I think what we'll probably have happen off screen is Celebrimbor, because what we actually don't need is another scene of Celebrimbor polishing rings and finding jewels. Maybe we'll get a quick montage of that at the start of episode 5, but I think we'll probably go to episode 5 with the 7 rings being brought to Khazad-dûm. That isn't a leak, by the way, that's just my guess. But yeah, overall I loved a lot of the dwarf stuff. Like we said, the family drama, and I'll tell you what was my favourite thing involving the dwarves, which kind of takes back to Eregion. Prince Durin just absolutely clocking Annatar when he was and who are you exactly? And then, he's saying, where's Elrond? And then, the whole thing with Elrond. And I was having this conversation, it might have been with you or someone else, where I said, the funniest thing about that scene is it proves my long-held belief that Sauron has never had a friend in his life, because he's oh, friends, they must say the nicest things about one another, and when they talk about their friends to other people, they talk about them in the most glowing terms. Whereas if anyone, for example, has listened to any episodes of the podcast that me and Anna have done together, I don't know that we've ever said a nice word about one another.
No, I think the only nice words we've ever said to each other have been privately, and then we follow it up with a, whew, that felt weird. So it's definitely not something that comes natural, but I think it is hard, because we got so much from the dwarves, but I feel so little at the same time. But the two things that I really liked, apart from everything you say about Disa, is just echoed. I think Sophia Nombete just steals every scene she's in. When she's on screen, you're just so drawn to her. Just incredible. And I loved the little glimpse into kind of everyday dwarven life that we got, with the little market scene, right at the start, just before there's the collapse in the mountain. And then I really liked the scene of Prince Durin, kind of sucking it up and going to talk to his father, because it made me think, did he think back at all to the conversation he had with Elrond at the end of last season, where he said, I don't care if he judges me or if he supports me, all I want is one more conversation with my father. And I like to think that with Disa's guidance and kind of Anatar name-dropping Elrond, I like to think that was just playing in his mind when he was talking to King Durin.
And I think, as someone said in the chat, it's a nice foreshadowing of the fact that the 7 rings don't work completely on the dwarves like Sauron hopes. Like, they don't end up working like the 9 where he's able to enslave them. He gets to influence them, but he doesn't get to control them. And so in a way, that scene between Durin and Anatar was a nice foreshadowing of that, where he's like, he's going to get them to do what he wants, which is provide the mithril to make the rings, but it doesn't mean they're going to trust him completely. And I can't, because obviously we've seen from the trailers that we're going to get scenes of Sauron, Anatar in Khazad-dûm, and I'm so excited to see those, because I just think we could get some really juicy kind of tense standoff scenes.
You know what's quite funny that reminds me of is that this is completely a sidetrack, which we probably don't have time for, but I was in work the other day, and someone that I work with is kind of a Lord of the Rings fan. They've seen the films and they've watched The Rings of Power season 1 and they really liked it, but when they have questions about like the wider lore and stuff, they just kind of like turn around to me and they're like, oh, so what does this mean? And then I was talking to them a bit about season 2, and they mentioned the dwarven rings, and they were kind of like, so why don't the dwarven rings, influence them? And I basically just told him what you said then, and he just looked at me and I was like, what? And he was like, that's really weird that you just know that off the top of your head. And I was like, okay, don't ask me next time then.
I was going to say, please never introduce them to me, where I will just start reeling off quotes from the Silmarillion like I've got some real problem. But no, I think like overall dwarf stuff really good. Like here's what I'll say. All the emotional beats between characters, perfectly done. No notes, no complaints. Like, loved, like, the 2 Durin's conversation, Disa and Durin, like you said, in the market, where, she says, I'm married to the man I love, and I wouldn't trade that for all the fire opals. That is all beautiful. And I've loved all their scenes. But, again, just let us breathe with it. Let us sit with it. Not all the scenes, but a couple of them just needed a little bit longer. I think... we go from, here's Khazad-dûm again, immediately the mountain's kind of crumbling, and I get that they want us to go straight into the action, but I think it would have been nice to have more of a welcome back to Khazad-dûm before we're straight into kind of the disaster. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think, like Beric said, you either have to end season 1 on the disaster, or you have to give us a bit of time in season 2. But I appreciate they've got to move the plot forward. And one thing I will say, this is both Region and Dwarves connected. When that first picture of Celebrimbor and Myrdania looking down at a tablet with some silver implement, I was the first person on Twitter to say he's doing Ithildin runes, and what did we get in episode 2? Celebrimbor making the Ithildin runes for the first time. So, just another thing, I really can't wait till Celebrimbor and Na'vi get a scene together and we get the Doors of Durin. Like, I'm almost shocked that hasn't happened yet, but hopefully it's coming next episode or episode 5.
I don't think there's anything else I really want to say on that. Look at us go. That was quite a succinct little segment. Not because there's not that much to talk about.
Taking us 2 hours and 45 minutes, but now we're learning brevity. So we're moving on to the Southlands and Pelargir, and what is one of my favourite shots. I mean, I think this would have been a Louise Hooper did 3. So I think this was a Louise Hooper shot, and my God, it is absolute, like, just the way it's framed with Isildur and Estrid looking out over Pelargir and the coast and everything, and having the title cut, like, it's just gorgeous. I mean, okay, Anna, where do you want to start with the Southlands? Do you want to start with Shelob? Do you want to start with Beric, the murder psycho horse? Do you want to talk about why people are being unbelievably stupid about Isildur and Estrid and having very bad takes? Where do you want to start?
Well, considering we have Beric in the chat with us right now, listen, I absolutely love that he has now two, I think, confirmed kills on record. Absolutely insane. But I thought that, I was like, okay, we're either not going to see him at first, or if we do see him, he's going to die trying to save Isildur. But he didn't, and listen, I'm a bit of a horse girl, so seeing him walk into the lair and Isildur says, Beric, my boy, and it's that flashback to season 1, I was like, oh, Beric is his boy. But the Shelob scene was where my issues with the pacing of episode 3 started. Because, oh my goodness, I was so excited for the scene and it was so hyped up. And it didn't really make me feel anything, because I feel like it was very short. It cut away before, like, I thought the action was actually supposed to start. and it just kind of confused me because they really hyped up this scene as, you know, Tolkien's big bad monster is seen on screen for like the first time, and I get that we're seeing Shelob in an earlier form, but that scene just didn't really give me what I wanted. Beric was definitely the highlight of that one for me.
Okay, I'll take each of your points in turn. One, I'm just going to switch to this great shot of Beric looking like an absolute psychopath. Like, that horse has hate in its heart. Like, look at it. It's just, I've often said that if you look into the eyes of a horse, it's like they don't have souls. They're kind of pits of black nothingness, and it's very disturbing. But no, I loved all of Beric's. I love that Beric felt like a character, and I loved that it was... I mean, one of the things... and this just goes for all the Southlands and Mordor scenes. I loved how monochromatic it was, but not in a way that was boring to look at. Like, I don't have the shot now, but when those two orcs first come out behind the tree to look at Beric, that was like... there was something about that shot where I was like, oh, this feels like a John Howe or an Alan Lee painting. Like, just the way they slide out from behind the trees and go, hello, four legs. You know, I just thought that was brilliant.
That was a weirdly good impression. Have you been practicing that?
No, I haven't, but I think, as we all know, if I were to ever be cast in the Rings of Power, I think a large amount of prosthetics would be needed to make me screen ready, so I think an orc probably is my best option. And, you know, anyone can do a bad Cockney accent, which for some reason is what all orcs are. But yeah, no, I thought that scene was great. That, you know, I loved seeing Beric's determination. You know, like I say, it just felt like character. As for the Shelob thing, I kind of do and don't agree with you. Yes, it wasn't that long. On the other hand, I hated every second of it. Like, I don't have big arachnophobia, but there's something about a spider that is the size of like a big dog. Like, a giant spider, unrealistic, can't imagine it, not scared of it, like, don't care. A spider that is the size of like a Bernese Mountain Dog, absolute nightmare. And the bit where like Isildur shrugs it off him and it like fucking like Spider-Man swings round and grabs onto the front of him, I was like, oh. And the music there did, like, for anyone who listened to my soundtrack reaction, I just like said about 12 times that I hated it. It was just
the soundtrack and the theme, the kind of tone of the scene, as you said, the setting was really good. But I think my problem is, like, as I mentioned before, with my like little fly friend who's actually sat on my computer over here. He's been sat here for like an hour, just like, I think he just wants to listen to the stream, which is quite nice. But I have like the opposite of arachnophobia. Like, I love spiders. So even a spider the size of like a dog, I find it adorable. So there was no time in that scene apart from where like the orcs kind of came out.
What are you complaining about this scene for? What did you want from it? You like spiders. What were you hoping for?
I wanted to be like terrified, and I wanted to be unsettled, but it's my own fault.
But you're not scared by spiders. How are you going to be scared by it if you're not scared of spiders?
Because I don't know, I don't think Shelob as a character is scary, but I find the scene in The Return of the King kind of unsettling, and I think it's mainly that moment where the camera's it's like when the camera's tracking Frodo and it kind of turns to the side and you see Shelob kind of come over at the top. I just didn't feel really anything in this scene.
I can't help you. I really can't help you. I do actually need to shout out maybe our most heroic viewer in the live chat. Gaurav Nandan Tripathi says, it's 3:29 a.m. in India, and I'm watching an endless breakdown of Rings of Power. I've got to reach work by 10 a.m. tomorrow. May the Valar help me. Gaurav, first of all, you're an absolute hero. Second of all, please go to sleep. You've got work tomorrow, and, you know, just
please.
Save yourself.
Look after yourself.
And third of all, it's horrifyingly accurate to describe our streams as endless breakdowns, because it does sort of feel that way, where we start with an idea of how long we want to go, and before we know it, we're just sort of like every day, you know, and every day felt like the lifetime of an age or whatever it was. Anyway, so we're not going to agree on Shelob, but whatever, we can move on from that. Let's move on to the two characters who do actually matter, and I'll go back to my initial screen for that, which
matters.
Sorry, yeah, Beric matters, but the two people, I should say, rather than characters. I apologise. Isildur and Estrid. Now, let me say this. I loved Arondir and Bronwyn in season 1. I'm very invested in Elendil and Miriel's doomed tragic, secret romance that may or may not be happening. I really wish they would lean into Celebrimbor and Anatar having a fling going on amidst all the manipulation. But let me say this, I am a sucker for rom-coms, and oh my god, Isildur and Estrid's meet cute scene and everything after that, I was just like, they did this for me. This is so up my street, it's unbelievable.
Listen, a rom-com is great, but a rom-com that starts off with one of the people accidentally stabbing the other in the thigh, just absolute perfection. And it's so hard in a show like this when you're constantly adding in new characters. It's hard to try and get the audience to care about them. But within a minute, I was sold on Estrid. I was like, she's great. I love her. I can see why there's Estrid PR managers all over Twitter at the moment.
Three of them.
Three of them. And I still get confused about them every single time. But she's great. And listen, I know that there's theories and whatnot about her character, because obviously we get that shot of her right at the end of the show where she moves her hair to the side and she has the brand of Adar on her back. The two things I'm going to say are, listen, we don't know her backstory yet. We don't know how she got that brand. It could have been against her will. She could have been forced. On the other hand, if she is bad and if she is on the bad guys team, I support women's rights and I support women's wrongs. And I think that if she's a villain, great. If she's not a villain, wonderful, and her and Isildur will live happily ever after until Numenor falls.
I'm going to come to that, but I just want to say something. Now that you've said you support women's rights and women's wrongs, I want you to keep that energy when we get to Eärien, because I don't want a backlash when I start defending my Numenorian queen.
It's different, but I'll tell you why when we get there, okay?
Fine. But let me get on my hobby horse for a second, because I am about to get a little bit testy. And as you were saying this... Oh, did you want to...
Sorry, I just saw a comment from Layla who said Estrid's betrothed was Waldreg.
Don't do Estrid dirty like that. Come on, we can't be doing that. As she who'd, sorry, I can't read that username, but whoever says this, I went blind reading this in response to Layla's comment, which is very funny.
And then
okay.
Menelos says, I support her in everything she does. That really shocks me coming from you.
Yeah, I know. What a shock.
Right,
let me get on my hobby horse about Isildur and Estrid.
Okay.
Couple of things. Isildur needs a wife because he needs a future queen of Gondor because he needs kids. They do not have time for multiple romances. That's the first thing. 2. Yes, I know that Maxim has talked in interviews about there being betrayal and complications in Isildur and Estrid's journey this season. That's true. Obviously, we've seen that she had to take the mark of Adar. Whether she did that because she was forced or because it was her best chance of survival, we'll find out, and that's super interesting. I also think it's very possible that she may have set Isildur up with the cart in their very first scene. I think that's where the betrayal may have happened, and he's not going to find that out till the end of the season. And I know Maxim said in interviews that this betrayal is going to factor into their relationship, and Isildur's going to have to make a choice. But let me just get on my little high horse for a second and say, the next person who says that Isildur is going to kill Estrid is going to get fired into the sun like I have an intergalactic catapult. Because let's just get a couple of things right. Isildur, not a villain. Not a villain in any way, in fact. A character who makes a tragic mistake at the end of his story, but not a villain. Point number 2. Isildur, the guy who is still blaming himself over his mother's tragic death in which was clearly an accident, is not going to be a cold-blooded murderer of a woman who has clearly been forced to take the mark of Adar, whether literally forced or because it was her only chance of survival. And 3, look at the way they look at each other. This is not a story that is going to end with Isildur killing Estrid because she betrayed him. Betrayals happen, and it's about forgiveness and being able to forgive people, and about... Yeah, it's just... Listen, I appreciate guys are very Game of Thrones pilled, have got A Song of Ice and Fire on the brain, and see betrayal around every corner. But even if you want to believe that Estrid has some darkness in her past, and I perfectly believe that, that's fine. A, that doesn't mean she's a villain, and B, Isildur is not I mean, there's very few characters in The Lord of the Rings who would kill an innocent woman, or, you know, a woman who has made a mistake. And I'll tell you what, Isildur isn't one of them. So anyway, off my high horse, but yeah.
No, I think you deserve to get on your high horse for that one. I mean, I hadn't even seen any of the theories that he was going to kill Estrid, but I do know that there was a lot of people just saying, kind of right from the bat, that Estrid is bad. Her and Isildur aren't going to last. She's not the future Queen of Gondor. And I don't know why people are so dead set on her not being the future Queen of Gondor, because I'm just saying, one look at her, I would want to make her my queen as well. And
can we also be honest about what some of it? Can we be honest about what some of it is as well? Like, and and I'm not saying this is true for everyone. So, guys, if you have concerns about Estrid, don't think that this necessarily applies to you. But I have seen comments about this, so I'm going to say where some of this comes from. Some of this just comes from racism, because Estrid isn't played by a white actress, and it's like, oh look, therefore she, you know, Aragorn's white in the future, the rest of Isildur's family are white. Oh, so there's someone who isn't white, so she can't be a good character. And again, not saying this is everyone, but I have seen comments like this, and it's just like, it is the most thinly veiled racism like I've seen, and it's so transparent.
It is, because you know, before, you know, we had these ideas of betrayal and stuff, but before the end of episode 3, there was no kind of solid indication that Estrid was bad or that there was anything wrong with her, but people still looked at her and said she can't be the future Queen of Gondor. And I don't think that they would have kept that same energy for say at the end of season 1, before Isildur leaves for Middle-earth, if there was maybe a woman that he has a bit of a romance with who he could come back to in Númenor. I don't think people would have that same, something's going to go wrong, they'll never last, she won't be the future Queen of Gondor. So I just think you should kind of, and again, as Harry said, it's not everyone. There's obviously legitimate reasons for thinking that there's something suspicious going on with Estrid, but if you're so dead set on her not being Isildur's long-term wife or anything, just take a little look at why you might think that. And I'm on Team Estrid. I will protect her with my life, and I will defend her no matter what she does.
Yeah, and I think also,
and also can we talk about the chemistry between Maxim and Nia?
Oh.
And it's so good, and just that conversation that they have by the fire was my favourite moment of episode 3.
Just as we said earlier, episode 3 is so tightly thematically woven with this idea of characters dealing with their loss and trauma and living in their parents' shadow and their legacies. You know, we talked already about Celebrimbor with Feanor. Now we have Isildur and his mother. When we get onto Númenor, we're going to see that even more. And it's just all that, you know, it's all that same stuff. And what I love about it is that it places even more emphasis. You know, that conversation between Elendil and Isildur in episode 5, where Isildur was saying, you know, he's desperate, he wants to serve, and, you know, Elendil is, you know, basically talking him down because he doesn't think that he's serious about it. And Elendil has his good reasons, because Isildur has clearly not been a very committed to any of his work experience opportunities, but it adds so much emphasis to this idea that, like, he's carrying this guilt. And, like, let me be clear, I don't think Isildur should carry this guilt. Like, it's obviously an accident. He was obviously a child who got in a bad situation. And as Estrid says, like, you can't earn that sacrifice. It is something she did because she loved you and you were precious to her. Like, and I think it's so important that Isildur's found someone who isn't just telling him, like, you know, Valandil said, you know, all you do is blubber about your dead mother, and Elendil saying that the watery parts of the world will heal your hurts. There's actually someone going to him and saying, no, you have lost someone and it does hurt, but you can't try and fix that through doing heroic deeds. You have to understand that the sacrifice was hers to make. And of course, it's great foreshadowing of Isildur's future as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a great addition to his character, I think, and it puts a lot of his decisions and actions in season 1 into perspective. Like, even things like in, I think it's literally episode 3, the first moment we meet him, there's this kind of like disjointed, mysterious voice calling to him from the water, and I don't think we ever did find out who that was, but we could probably assume now that he's like hearing possibly like just his mother's voice. And is that maybe why he quits the Sea God, because he's so plagued with that guilt that he just doesn't want to be near the water, because that's what he hears? And oh my god, just a great addition to his character. And I think having someone not tied to Númenor who he can kind of finally reveal it to is just exactly what he needs. You know, you could feel the weight off his shoulders. And then on top of that, because oh my god, what an incredible scene, it cuts to Theo in the corner after we have the funeral pyre scene, after he kind of gives Arondir the cold shoulder, and it just cuts to him crying because obviously he's thinking about Bronwyn, and god, it was so well done.
It's, you know, and I know we're kind of running short on time, so we probably don't have time to, like, and there'll be more Arondir and Theo stuff obviously in future, but I will say, like, I love that it wasn't as easy as, like, oh, Bronwyn's dead, so now Arondir's going to be his stepdad. Like, obviously part of me is like, Theo, you ungrateful little, you know, whatever. But in reality, I'm like, no, of course, because Theo is not only projecting the blame he's putting onto himself like Isildur does, but he does also tie this whole idea of the elves being in the Southlands to their being watched over, to there being darkness in them, and now to losing his home and his mother. And I just think it was, like you say, a beautiful parallel between Isildur and Theo. And like we were saying at the end of season 1, the true genius of leaving Isildur in Middle-earth for this season is that you allow him to build a connection with the land and the people that he will one day rule. And I love that we've had one episode of Isildur, and we're like the scene where he's talking to Theo about, like, this is an aqueduct and in Numenor we have them, and Theo says, you know, if it's so grand over there, why did you leave? And I loved that idea of Isildur being idealistic when he said, heard there were grander things here. And it's just, I mean, I saw someone else say this, but, like, for me, as much as I, you know, like, you've already heard me rave about the Eregion scenes, but Isildur carried episode 3, like, with his performance. Like, not the rest of the episode was bad, but just Maxim was spectacular.
He was great, and I think the last thing really on the Pelagia plot was Arondir's reintroduction, just perfection. Like, the stunt where, you know, you can always tell Ishmael just puts, like, 110% into those stunts, like, every time. He's so good, and I love that he just gives so much in that first episode, you know, and I think, as you say, there's so many standout performances that the other performances can kind of get swallowed up in that mixture of them. But, you know, he goes from this kind of, he jumps in to save Isildur, and then he kind of wanders off by himself, and then he's grieving at this funeral pyre, but he's trying to be strong for Theo, and it's like he's balancing so much, and he's also kind of being there for Isildur, and, you know, kind of trying to comfort him about his father, saying that he didn't abandon him. Just all around great character. But yeah, the last thing I wanted to say was the teasing of the Entwives at the end was cool, but I'm kind of glad they made us wait because I'm so excited.
And do you know what? I'm such a... You know how I was saying, like, I was a dummy about, like, the Barrow White scene, I've been dummy about other scenes. I was such a dummy throughout that scene because I was like, are they just showing that guy chopping the tree to, like, add tension because it's like a metronome, and in the way with, like, music you would add, like, the metronome to, like, add the tension? I was like, why do they keep showing us this? And then when, like, people started dying, I was like, is it Damrod? Is Damrod here? Is that what's happening? I was like, is Damrod being attacking these camps? Like, is Damrod just an absolute menace on Middle-earth? And then it was literally until the last shot where Theo looks up and you hear the creaking of the wood and the kind of entish sounds, where I was like, oh no, it's Ents. But, like, I'm not lying, I felt so stupid because I watched that whole scene and I was like, what's happening?
I'm not gonna lie, Harry, and I think you're a very smart person, but yeah, I think from the get-go I was like, okay, here we go. But I did think they would at least cut from Theo to, like, one shot of them. But yeah. I kind of like the cliffhanger that they left us on, and I'm so excited because I know we've got the only kind of actor I recognised was Jim Broadbent, who's going to be voicing one of the Ents. Yep. And oh god, I'm so excited to see them again, like, live action. And yeah, just the Pelagia plot, weirdly enough, was one that I wasn't that excited for because I wasn't too sure where they were going to go with it, but it ended up being kind of one of my favourite plots in the whole series so far.
Just, yeah, like, for all we're going to complain about some aspects of episode 3 in a minute, like, this for me was, like, phenomenal. And I've just got to shout out a couple of great comments. One from Marco S says, apart from the aqueduct, what have Numenorians ever done for us? Which is just the best Life of Brian reference. And then there was another good one that there was a question from, again, one of our patrons. Again, if you want to support the podcast, go to patreon.com/DailyRoP. God, I hate when I do that. don't feel like you have to. Like, I promise you, Patreon's not that good. My patrons will tell you I'm useless. But the question we got about the Southlands was actually a very simple one from Benjamin, who said, do you think Beric will survive and carry Isildur until the Gladden Field? So the question is essentially, and bear in mind Beric's in the chat, Anna, is Beric making it all the way through to the end of season 5? Or, Isildur's end of season 5?
Listen, I didn't think that he was going to make it through episode 1, so this is putting me on a more hopeful path. But my thing about Beric is that they do a lot of, whether it's intentional or unintentional, parallels to Aragorn and Brago. And all I'm saying about that is that Brago survives the series, so why can't Beric? And think about it, these writers, they like to play the long game, and how absolutely tragic would it be if Beric is the one to essentially carry Isildur to his death all the way in season 5. Yeah. It's just, if you're playing the long game, keep him around and listen, why would they kill him off? What reason would they have for that other than unnecessary trauma?
Can I just say, I'll give my answer in a second, but I think Light Blinded Fool has had autocorrect screw them over because their comment reads, they better not kill Derek or we riot. So, yeah.
No. Derek is actually Damrod and Beric's ship name.
Okay, right. That's a horrifying thought, Anna. Right? This is how I know we've been going for 3 hours, because you're what's a ship name?
I was actually going to say, have you seen that people were shipping Beric and Shelob?
No, but... Oh, that lets me get on my high horse again for one more rant about Isildur and Estrid. If you come into my comments on Twitter and say that Estrid is Shelob in disguise, I will fire you into the sun, but I'll block you first. So anyway, yeah. But no, as to the question, will Beric survive until the end of Season 5? My only question is, I assume they're going to do a time jump at some point. How old do horses live, and how old do Númenórean horses live?
Forever.
Okay, forever. Okay, right. Well, that solves that question. In that case, do you know what? Seeing as Beric's in the chat, I'll say, yes, Beric is going to survive all the way through to Season 5. And you know what? He's not even going to be at the Gladden Fields because Isildur's going to be like, you're an old horse, have a rest. So I think Beric's going to be just fine.
We've got some great names kind of bouncing around in the chat right now. We've got Belob, Shaberic, and a question saying, are we shipping Damrod and Beric now? No, we're not. We're very much not. We're moving on to Númenor because we've been going for 3 hours and 10 minutes and we're losing our minds. Right. Speaking of the Land of the Star and Númenor. Where do we start with this? Okay, I didn't do an episode 3 review, so if you don't mind, Anna, I'll just give my 60-second review of the Númenor plot. And it goes like this. Every single scene was great. I loved every single scene. I loved the funeral for Tarplantia. I loved Miriel responding to the anger and grief of her subjects with love and care and helping them mourn. I loved the little glimpse into the fact that Pharazôn isn't just some mustache-twirling villain. He's playing to the power base of the King's Men in Númenor, with this new character, Lord Belsgar. I love that. I love seeing Valandil threaten Kemen, mainly because I hope that Kemen gets his head, Well, basically, I hope that Valandil does to Kemen what Beric did to that orc. So that would be really nice. I love that scene. I really enjoyed, enjoyed is the wrong word, but I thought it was a brilliantly slimy scene between Pharazôn and Miriel in her chamber. A nice nod to the book version of events, but reassuring us we're not going to go that route, which I appreciate. And then the scene in the throne room was also brilliant. I first heard about I first got a leak about the eagle flying into the throne room. I got a description of that whole coronation scene, basically, about a year and a half ago. But I have to admit, the eagle bit sounded really goofy when it was described to me. I have to say it worked fantastically on scene, and I thought everything from the Palantir reveal to the eagle was brilliant. So that's all the things that I thought were brilliant. Here's what I didn't like. All the scenes were too short. It all happened too quickly. Every time I was getting comfortable in a scene, it cut away, and I was just left being like, why didn't you pepper some of this throughout episodes 1 and 2? And now I know we've praised episodes 1 and 2 for giving scenes their time and pacing equally and not cutting too much. But it's like,
give the same to the second biggest story of the Second Age, which is Numenor. You know?
I'm completely in agreement with you. I mean, there were things I loved, absolutely. I mean, I finally got to see Elendil again for however short a time. I got to hear his lovely voice, and I got to see him, and a lot of his scenes were him kind of supporting Miriel, which I'm a fan of, I love. And apart from Maxim as Isildur, Cynthia's Miriel was a really big standout for me. I mean, I feel like she had very limited screen time, but what she did with it was just, God, she's just incredible. You know, she shows so much through her face. I don't think she even spoke that much during the episode, but she's just incredible. And I think it is hard to put into words the problem that I have with the Numenor storyline at the moment, but I think that, as you say, the scenes are too short. I mean, I loved the first half of that scene with into Tar Palantir's tomb, but it felt like it cut off halfway through the scene. I wanted to see Miriel at her father's tomb, and maybe we'll get that further into the season, but it felt like we were supposed to see that then, and it felt really strange when we didn't. And I think my problem is, I'm going to put it like this: they're showing us the wrong things now. Like, they're showing us things too quickly, and they're showing us very important scenes with not enough build up to them. And what I mean by that is, like, you have things like, you know, they planted the seeds for the tensions within Numenor quite well in season 1, I think, but they could have done a little bit more of that in season 2 before we got the coronation scene and everything like that, because you have things like people slapping Miriel and people feeling emboldened enough to scream Queen of Lies at a coronation that the priest is very clear that no one's really allowed to speak in it. And I don't feel like we're kind of justified enough to have gotten to that point yet. You know, I know we have these scenes with Farazon being quite shifty behind the scenes, but I would have loved to see the kind of kindling of that before we got there, because... Hi, Beric.
I forgot to flip through the slides. do you want Beric? For people listening on the audio, I forgot to flip through the slides, and so we're still on Pelagia. And I quickly scrolled through Beric to get to Numenor, but it just meant that everyone got a jump scare of Beric on the screen.
That was actually quite scary. Goodness. But,
I'm here to chew gum and kick orcs, and I'm all out of gum.
God, that is quite scary if that's the last thing that Orc saw before he died.
Yeah.
But,
and there's Shelob. I forgot to show that earlier.
Anyway, so I think apart from obviously those moments feeling like unearned with the slap and the people screaming at her, I also saw it in Aardian as well. And here's where we're probably going to disagree, Harry, because listen, I know that I said I support women's rights and women's wrongs.
Not very feminist of you. Have you got some internalized misogyny over there, Anna? Seems like you got some issues to work through.
Maybe I do, but here's where I stand with that. Like, we left Aardian with, I don't think she'd even had the news broken to her that Isildur hadn't made it back from Middle-earth, but. And I'm not one to tell someone how to grieve, you know, people grieve in different ways, but it feels like it went from 0 to 100, and she's gone from kind of sending her brother off to war to all of a sudden she's like leading the charge of the Kingsmen, and she's Miriel's #1 op, even though she does have people telling her, you know, Miriel like pulled people out of a blazing inferno and blinded herself for it, and she's like, no, you killed my brother, like flings the Palantir at people, and it's like, listen, when I truly believe that Aarian's going down a dark path and is going to construct some things in Numenor that may or may not be beneficial for the people there. And when that happens, I will wholeheartedly support her. But right now, I feel like, I wouldn't say it's unjustified, because her brother did die because Miriel took people to Middle-earth.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like it's happening too fast, and her anger just doesn't feel kind of earned to me yet, you know. I wish we could have seen like a moment of her just grieving silently first.
So, do you know how right we are about this, Anna? Do you want to know how good we are at this analysis game? We called this 2 years ago. When we broke down episode 8, we said the thing that was missing from episode 8 was a scene of them arriving back in Numenor, of seeing the grief of Eärien being told about Isildur's loss, of seeing all the people, of getting a scene with Ontomo's fiance finding out that he's dead, of just seeing the grief on the wider population. And this is the problem. You go into episode 3 and you get these scenes with Numenor, and it makes, I almost have less of a problem with Eärien, because, I can understand she's so broke up about Isildur, and as we've seen, Elendil isn't always the best father at dealing with his children in terms of their emotions and all these things. His priority is with the Queen, and I totally get that at the moment. So, that in a way made more sense to me. But, we never got to see at the end of Season 1 the impact the failed expedition had on the people of Numenor. And then, because you don't... It's like the Khazad-dûm plot. Because of where you end the Numenor plot in Season 1, you have this problem in Season 2 where you have to go straight into the crisis. And it just doesn't work. And I know it's not just me or you or, other people on Talking Twitter, because, what I always try and do with these episodes, I try and watch a few YouTube reaction videos, people who are watching the episodes who know nothing about Tolkien. And it's been really disappointing to see the number of people being like, I don't really get what's going on in this Numenor plot, but also I don't really feel like they've made us care yet, and that's an issue. And don't get me wrong,
yes.
Season 3, Season 4 will probably be incredibly Numenor heavy in the way that the first 2 seasons have been incredibly elf heavy. That's, and even Season 5 is going to be the result of Numenor and the kingdoms in exile and all that. So fine, I understand that. And I don't think they're going to do the final act of the Akalabeth until Season 4. So much like how we complained about the lack of Celebrimbor in Season 1, they've had time to, adjust for that in Season 2. But I feel like they're doing the same with Numenor, where, they're pushing it... I think someone's tap dancing in the flat above me. Sorry. Yeah, it's just getting rushed, it's getting pushed, and... yeah, I think, like I said, all the individual scenes work for me. They just don't work in the place and at the pace they're... Like I said, I think this introduction of Wilkeen's Belzegar is so clever because, Pharazôn in the books is a little bit one-dimensional. He might as well be a mustache-twirling villain. Forcibly marries his cousin, seizes the throne, and then everything that comes after. I like that they're making Pharazôn a little bit more nuanced by having him be more responsive to the political climate, and he's, there was that whole bit with Miriel saying to Elendil, does Pharazôn have Lord Belzegar's ear, or is it the other way around? That's really... love that. Love the scene of them in the tavern kind of discussing this, and Pharazôn almost being pushed forward, he's the kind of candidate they want to push. So that's all great, but, yeah, it just... I don't know, I just go back to this thing of, it's rushed.
I don't know if I'm going to explain this in the right way, but when something makes sense in your head and you just don't know how to, get it out? But,
It's basically every episode we do.
Yes. So, my issue is, obviously, as we go forward, Beric says it quite well, if people don't buy into Numenor by the end of this season, it will be a bit of a problem going forward. And the thing is, Season 3 is going to be Numenor's time to shine, and I really truly believe that. I think that they do have this struggle at the moment of needing to keep the Numenor plot in the story. They need to keep it relevant, and they also need to set them up for Season 3. But I almost wish that they hadn't given us so much already, because it's the same as Khazad-dûm. They've had so little screen time, but we've had so many important plot points given to us already that, as I say, it feels unearned. The coronation feels like it kind of just flew by, and that, in my eyes, should have been something that happens in one of the later episodes of the season. I would have been completely fine with a little bit less Numenor at the start if it meant that the whole start of the season was just a build-up to maybe the coronation being one of the final episodes. And what we get really in Season 2 is just that political uprising. And I don't know, I feel like they're giving us very important scenes way too early and with way too little justification.
Yeah, I think it's... I mean, I tweeted this out. I used Digital Tolkien's, so for those of you who follow them on Twitter, but they've put together a site which basically breaks down Rings of Power episodes by like regions and scenes and characters, and I basically did the calculations, and Rune across the first 2 episodes got something like 24 minutes of screen time. Numenor has had 15 minutes so far. And I like the Rune stuff to an extent. I do. And I've said this before. I'm happy with the inclusion of the Harfoots. I'm glad they're in there. But that screen time should be the other way around. It just should. And no one's going to convince me otherwise. Like, it's just... And, like, I see people saying this is why they need 10 episodes. It's not. It's not that you need... You just... If you have 10 episodes, you just create more of the same problem. Like, pacing works regardless of how many episodes you have. Like... I watch like Slow Horses is a 6-episode TV show, and it works because it's built correctly for it. 8 episodes can work. You just have to prioritize, and I just don't think they've done that well with Numenor. I did want to address we got because I know I've been doing these Patreon questions. Anne, who has arrived to find that we're still doing this live stream, which who knows. Anne's question was: will Pharazôn be able to seize the scepter of Numenor without forcing Miriel to marry him? And if so, what will this mean for Miriel and Elendil's relationship? I mean, I think your first part of the question, like, I think we've already found that. Yes, he is going to seize it without marrying her, and I like the way they've done it by having it be that Miriel's own actions and the perception of her on the island has made her unpopular, and therefore Pharazôn wouldn't actually want to marry her anyway. She would be a drag on his popularity and legitimacy. It's more about offering an alternative. So in that way, I like they're playing into the more stark opposition between the faithful and Kingsmen's ideologies. And as for what I mean, I don't know if you have any ideas as what it means for Elendil and Miriel's relationship, but I think they're going to just play around it. I'd love for them to get a proper secret doomed romance, but I don't know if we will.
Yeah, I think it'll be more of a will they, won't they? I mean, we know how it's going to end, so whatever happens, it's going to be doomed. But just that moment between them where he stands beside her and says, Queen Regent, and she says, Captain. Just, whether it's intentional or not, they have great chemistry, that's all I'm going to say. But yeah. I don't know, I think there's so much that I want to happen with the Numenor story, and the way, and I know we've only had it for 1 episode, but the way that it's being treated so far, I'm a bit worried that we won't. So it's like moments like, just little things, and it's probably my own fault for getting caught up on them, but there's like a moment during the coronation scene when Elendil obviously walks Miriel down, and he stops for a second, and him and Pharazôn look at each other for a moment, and in my mind I'm like, Pharazôn knows that that's Amundil's son, and it's like, are we ever going to see a character like that? Are we ever going to get those fleshed out moments for Elendil with his father? And it's like, will we ever have the time to do that if this is how the Numenor plot's going in season 2?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously the big glaring one is Anarion. Anarion's still absent. I mean, Amundil, like, I've been a big advocate that they should work with the Tolkien estate to get the rights to him so that they can do his most pivotal scene, which we won't spoil. But Elendil's father has one of my favourite scenes in the whole of Calibeth, so I really hope they do get the rights to him. Yeah, I think, listen, do you know what we're going to have to do? We have to do the same we did in season 1 with, like, the Eregion plot, where we said we're going to have to wait till the end of the season before we can truly judge it. But I don't think we're wrong to say, like, 3 episodes in, we're disappointed with the lack of screen time, and also just when it has been used, how it's been cut and edited. Like I said, all the scenes are brilliant. Love all the scenes. Love that it showed how opportunistic and the Kingsmen are. That they see the eagle, and Lord Belsgar, he doesn't wait. He's just like, oh yeah, I can use this to turn the people to Pharazôn. It's like, I saw people going like, don't they realise the eagle is there for Miriel? I'm like, yeah, that's the point. The Kingsmen aren't there to, like, give Miriel a fair hearing. It's a coronation coup. And as the joke I made in our show notes, it's not an eagle, it's a coronation chicken. Which is a joke that I don't know if I think coronation chicken's only a thing in the UK.
Yeah, I think it's like a British thing. But yeah, I think my only unpopular opinion about that might be that obviously the coronation scene, however cut it was incredible, and that's where Cynthia really shined for me. Like her expression at the end when she kind of realizes exactly what's happening is just like, it's haunting. But I found the execution like a little bit cheesy, just the Farazan. I was just kind of watching it like, oh, okay.
Do you know, in a way though, I'm kind of like, you know what, these Numenorians deserve their fate. I was just like, listen, you guys are going to get everything you deserve. But, okay.
A lot of people actually, sorry, one more thing before we move on. Is it Lord Belzegar? Is that how we pronounce it?
Yeah, Belzegar.
A lot of people think that he is going to be one of the 9. What do you think about that?
Yeah, probably, because we know from the books that at least 3 of the 9 were Numenorian. I think Kemen is obviously probably the most likely candidate. The juxtaposition of Farazan's son becoming a ring wraith is it's too delicious an opportunity not to pass
I'd rather
up.
he just died, but
yeah, well, me too. But being enslaved to Sauron for eternity is worse than that. So on the other hand,
True.
I'm still a big fan of the Aarian as Witch Queen theory, so I'd still be open to that. But as for Belzegar,
we've got a Nazgul fan in the chat. The 9 mentioned. God. The Nazgul mentions. Nazgul appreciation.
I will say, I've seen people saying like, "Oh, Belzegar, it sounds like a Nazgul name." It's not a Nazgul name. It's an Adunaic name. Like if you remember from season 1, at one point Miriel references her father's name, which is Inziladun or Inzaladun. No, Inziladun. So no, it's just Adunaic Numenorian. The language has that more kind of harsh syllables, the Zs, the Cs, all those kind of sounds. So it's not that it's a Nazgul name, but yeah. And by the way, Will Keane, fantastic get for the show. He plays kind of smarmy, scheming characters so well. So yeah, no, I love it. Anything else we want to add on Numenor before we move on to Rune to close up?
I finally understand how you felt about Celebrimbor in season 1, because as much as I want to say, it's fine, we've got a few more episodes, like I'm sure we'll get a lot more from Elendil, I don't think it's going to happen for me this season, which is sad, but on the other hand, I got a lot more Gil-galad, so I can't be too greedy, I guess.
Listen, you got one sexy tall man, you've got to let go of the other one for a little bit, it swings in round. Listen, by season 5, you'll have the 2 of them being best friends together, so I mean, your dream, you just got to wait like 6 years. You'll be there.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll be on a podcast episode somewhere talking about it.
Oh, God, I hope not. Let's just hope we both... let it... what a disaster.
Let it die.
Yeah, kill it if you have to. Right, on to Rune, our final storyline, so we can try and finish by midnight. Please, God.
I have to be up so early tomorrow.
Oh,
I'm going to regret this one in the morning.
Right, everyone, when this is over...
Fine. We love to do it.
Yeah, send lots of love and hearts and hugs to Anna, because Anna said to me she wanted this. Do you know what, actually, I know this isn't the time, but I want to quickly read out Anna's text to me that said, I think we should try and structure it in a way where we're not just rambling and wasting loads of time. I think another 3-hour episode might kill me off. It is currently 3 hours and 32 minutes into the live stream, Anna. You're alive!
I'm alive, but at what cost?
I know.
Listen,
and I
was very optimistic.
Yeah. I did see someone saying in the chat 67 people. Oh, I've got to show this picture. Look at the cuties. There we are. Anyway, Elendil and Miriel being very cute.
That took a while. That took a while to load, so I thought you were just talking about Tarpalante's tomb.
Yeah, and I genuinely forgot to show these slides as well. This is how you know I've lost my mind, because I even forgot I did those slides. Right, anyway, on to Rune. I mean, I talked about this on my episode 1 and 2 review, so I kind of rather hand it over to you. We were both very cautiously pessimistic about the storyline. How are you feeling after the first 2 episodes about it?
So I thought that it was a little bit misplaced in episode 1, but I think that was the same in season 1. Like, the cuts from the elves to Rune kind of made me feel a bit like, oh, that was unexpected. But I I love the storyline, and I love the Harfoots, and I love Daniel Wayman as the stranger. And I don't know if I was just hyper aware of the fact that he was quite literally sat 2 rows behind me. But like every time he was on screen, I was just like, oh, this is our Gandalf, you know? Yeah. And anyone who says he's not, like, he is. And I know there was kind of a lot to say about the fact that he went from like saying like 1 to 2 words to all of a sudden he has this like oldish English accent, and he's like kind of spouting all this wisdom, but he's just great. And I think it might have been Katie said before, just all of the cast have like incredible chemistry with one another, and the way that he plays off the Harfoot, you know, especially Markella as Nori, it's just so good. And there were so many times watching them together that I was just smiling the whole time. And I think that the thing that I was a bit worried about was how to get me to care about this storyline in comparison to the other ones. And I think it's worked because the stranger is so torn up about what this is doing to him and what his powers are doing to the people around him. You know, he's very weary of the fact that it's affecting Nori as well. And there is a really funny scene, you know, where she asks him to try and kind of summon some life to the tree. And he's asking her to move back. And he's like, back, Nori. Back, Nori.
Further.
Back, Nori.
Yeah.
And it's just so good. And I think, obviously, he puts them in immense danger in the end of episode 2, when the sandstorm happens. And it's actually quite a funny moment where they just kind of fly off into the distance. Probably shouldn't be funny, but just seeing the little hobbity shadow like flung away is quite hilarious.
Can I tell you what it reminded me of? I don't know whether you ever watched Pokemon when you were a kid, but it's the Team Rocket blasting off again. It's just Team Harfoot blasting off again. They just get yeeted into the stratosphere.
It was one of those unintentionally funny moments, but I do think that obviously those two have kind of rocketed away, and I imagine that's where they'll find the stores, the other Hobbit kind of strains. And I think that means that the stranger will wander off and find a merry little abode somewhere in the desert, and he's got to kind of reckon with the fact that he's here to perform a task, but his powers, when he doesn't have control over them, put the people that he cares about in danger. So I think that'll be a nice little relationship to build with Tom Bombadil. And then obviously we can talk about the mystics and stuff, but if there's anything you wanted to talk about in terms of the stranger and the Harfoots.
No, I mean, like, I kind of said it all in my episode 1 and 2 review that, like, I just love them together. Like, as you say, Daniel Wayman he brings so much warmth to this version of Gandalf that I just really love it. I was nervous, you know, as we talked about on one of our trailer episodes, like, I was really nervous about them bringing Poppy back. I thought it would undermine their goodbye, and I still think it does, but they're so great on screen together that I immediately, as soon as like they pulled back the you know, the blanket that they trapped her under, and I saw Poppy, I was like, oh no, this is great, you know, really happy that she's back, like, and never looked back. One of my favorite moments from all 3 episodes is when they start or you know, saying aloud the lyrics to This Wandering Day, and then Bear's music comes in the background, and you get the transitions and everything like that. I thought that was just so well done. And yeah, like, going back to our constant thing about you know, we got a question from Patreon from Jessica saying, what do you think of Poppy Nori throwing around the word Gand an awful lot in the combo with Stranger Dalf? I think it adds a layer of meaning. And basically Jessica's asking about him being Gandalf. I mean, listen, I do appreciate that people still feel strongly that he could be a blue, that they have their theories, they see their own evidence. For me, it just doesn't thematically work unless he's Gandalf. This whole storyline with being with the Harfoots does not work if he's not Gandalf. And I've always said, like, if he'd been a blue from the start, I would have loved that. I would have loved for them to focus on the blue wizards rather than Gandalf. Like, I would have never, if I was writing the story, dropped Gandalf in there. But after everything we've seen, if he isn't Gandalf, I just think it'll be bad writing and a twist for the sake of a twist. So no, yeah, and like the inclusion of Gand in there, referring to the staff. I mean, hang on, I do actually have one screenshot here. It's like, when he's having the vision of the staff, which staff does that look like? You know, and if you want my other crack theory, you know that bit where they're reading the lyrics to This Wandering Day, And Poppy says, you know, the light in the tower no longer my own. And they see that big rock with like some white gemstones gleaming in it. I think Gandalf might take one of those. You know, in the films where he's got the, you know, the I can't remember if it's ever said what it's made out of in the books, but, you know, that lights up the rock in the top of his staff. I wonder whether it's going to be from a piece of that he takes, you know, and it's going to be like, not mithril, but something else. And yeah, no, I mean, I think he's Gandalf at this point, and I don't really, like I said, I enjoy it. I enjoy the three of them. We can move on to the bad guys if you want.
Yeah, just on the Gandalf thing, I think I have a lot of faith in the showrunners. You know, I think they know what they're doing, and I think they care about what they're doing. However, if they do one day down the line reveal that the stranger is not in fact Gandalf, after explicitly taking a line that he says in the original trilogy and giving it to the stranger, I'm sorry, but that is unforgivable, and I cannot accept that. I'm being dramatic, but still. And yeah, the only other thing I would say is, oh my god, I think Ben McCreary might be a genius, because not once in season 1, and when I say I must have listened to This Wandering Day about hundreds of times, not once did I think that it would kind of lead to a plot point in season 2. He's just a genius.
As I said with talking about watching YouTube reactions, I actually saw more than one person say when they saw that scene, they were like, this is so Tolkien, like a song being the answer to like their problem, and like just having it weaved in through the story. And you're just like, yeah, it just is. It's just great. And I just think, like I said, I wish the amount of screen time they were having was flipped with Numenor. But I also love all their scenes. So none of this is a critique of their scenes, per se. It's just a critique of the importance it's being given. And I'm seeing loads of people talking about the strange... Oh, sorry, did you want to...
Sorry, there was one more thing, actually, I have down about the kind of Gandalf thing. And it's when... there's actually another funny scene, obviously, where Poppy... Actually, no, it's mainly Nori, is trying to give the stranger a name. And then, after a few guesses, he turns around and says something to her along the lines of, you know, no one can give you a name. When you hear it spoken, you feel your heart glow. And listen, if that's a reference to maybe the moment that he kind of realizes who he is, or the moment that the audience get that name drop, whether it's a Lauren or Mithrandir or Gandalf, it's going to make our hearts glow. So I think hopefully they're on the right track with that. And then, obviously, did you want to say something about the comments before I go on to the mystics?
Well, I also wanted to say, like, I will just say, and I said this in my review, stop doing the, like, we're going to invent a name for you. What's your name? Gand. We're looking for Gand. Like, it's just a bit too wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, that actually started to annoy me in episode 1 or 2, whichever it was. Like, I remember, like, sitting in the theatre and being like, yeah, we get it. It's a mystery. What's his name? He's obviously Gandalf, but wink. I was just like, shut up. Like, stop winking at me. I'm not winking. I'm rolling my eyes at you. But... because I tweeted this the day of the show and haven't mentioned it since, the best line of dialogue in the first 2 episodes is when the stranger talks about what remembering home is like, even though he can't remember it. And he says, you know, it's like a feeling, a glimmer, you know, just beyond the sunrise. And the way that works so brilliantly, not only for Gandalf, but also for Círdan and his longing for Valinor, even though he's never been to Valinor, but he can see it just beyond the horizon, and it's in his heart. He feels that that's his home. And I just... yeah, that was my favourite line of dialogue, I think, in the first 2 episodes. But yeah, we can move on to the Mystics and the Dark Wizard.
If we're talking about reprises, the first thing I want to say is that having Breedy Sisson back as the Dweller was a very unexpected but welcome surprise, and what a great introduction. Like the blood into the moths, into the kind of morphing into the figure, and then you turn around and it, like, the cloak is like a moth from the back. Just, it's so good. And then playing off obviously we have the Dark Wizard now. I don't really know still what they're kind of doing with that storyline. But something that this is my one nitpick for that episode, I think, and it's just one of those things that I'm being really, like, annoying about, but it got on my nerves a bit. So, you know, the Dweller comes back clearly having failed at retrieving the stranger last season, and then one of these masked men comes in to talk to the Dark Wizard, and they say, you know, I can get this, like, person for you, and the wizard is like, well, how can you do that if my kind of most powerful associate couldn't do it? And the guy with the mask on says, well, I'm going to like capture or kill his Harfoot friends, and that's going to make him surrender to me. And I was like, you absolute fool. That's what the Dweller and her friends tried to do in season 1, and it didn't work.
Yeah, it's just, it's...
Sorry, that was my little moment of...
But it's also one of those, it's like a very classic, like, film and TV thing where someone's like, there's a magic user, and the magic user like, I tried to destroy them with all my spells, and then the like random badass guy is like, yeah, well, I'm not gonna use spells, I'm just gonna stab him.
Kill people.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh well, can't believe we didn't think of that. Why didn't we just try and stab the guy? You know, it's just like, it's such a stupid, like, I don't blame the showrunners because it's almost a trope at this point, but it's just, it does make you roll your eyes where you're like, you know, you can almost imagine, what's her name, the Dweller going like, oh, well, you know, we literally stabbed one of the Harfoots with a knife. Like, Sadok is dead. Like, we killed one of them, and he still beat, and the stranger still beat our asses back into being moths. Like, you know, it did not end well for us. I mean, let's talk about the Dark Wizard, because that's really the last big thing we need to talk about. And one of our questions from Patreon said, what are your thoughts on the identity of the Dark Wizard? I think I'm somewhere in the middle of like, is he a blue wizard and the stranger is, or, you know, and it's a way of them exploring this idea of one of the blue wizards having fallen to darkness, or maybe they both do, you know, Tolkien's ambiguity around this idea of what happened to the blue wizards. Or is he a human sorcerer who is playing at wizard to, you know, get these... Because, like, obviously the mystics aren't Istar, they're not Maiar, they're not, you know, they are not on the same level as the Istari. So that it's perfectly possible that this guy isn't either. Obviously, he's meant to look a lot like Saruman, like Kieran Hines is very much playing it in the same mold as Christopher Lee, but I'm just kind of like... I'll be honest, like, and this is going to sound really bad, I don't really care whether he's a blue wizard or whether he's a human. Like, this is my only thing about the rune. Like, if you remember, like, you remember when we did our hopes for season 2, and I said one of mine was that the rune plot needs to connect to the others, like, it needs to have significance. And I'm sorry, but, like, as much as I'm enjoying it, like, 2 episodes in, I'm like, I don't really care. Like, I care what happens to the stranger and Nori and Poppy, but I don't really care about this dark wizard. Like, I just don't.
I think that it would be nice to encounter a blue wizard while we're in Ruin, you know?
Yeah.
Like, while we're there, throw one in.
We should.
See what happens. But I do also really... I think it would be an interesting concept if he is a mortal trying to kind of capture the power of a kind of immortal Maiar-like being. I think that would be I think it would be an interesting plot point for the season, but again, what would it mean in the grander story? You know, that would not connect to the other story in any way. So I think in order for this to connect with the kind of wider lore, in my mind, he would have to be a blue wizard. I think he does look very much like Saruman, but I do think that's probably just a little like, you thought, just for a second. I don't think it's him. I wouldn't like it if it was, but I'm cautiously on Team Blue Wizard. Istar at least.
I mean, like I said, I don't mind either way. I think both could be interesting. I like the idea that he's a human, like, playing at sorcerer. Again, if they're going to go down the blue wizard route, listen, I've been calling for blue wizards since before season 1, so I'll be happy if they do it. I've also seen the theory that he's the future Witch King, and I see people in the chat saying that. Maybe, I don't know,
he would be a pretty cool looking Witch King.
The only thing I'll say is, like, the Witch King isn't really called the Witch King because, like, he's a sorcerer before he becomes one of the 9. Like, it's more a reference to, like, him after he becomes one of the 9. So, I don't know. Like, I don't care. It's like the sad truth. Like, if anything, the Galdrim, the masked warriors, are more interesting to me than the Dark Wizard, and I'm not sure what that says.
You see, I don't care about the masked warriors at all. every time it kind of cut to them, I was just like, okay, now they're watching the Harfoots walk across a desert. Okay, now they're watching the Harfoots scurry behind some rocks.
Can I tell you guys an interesting thing? And I haven't posted this on Twitter because I haven't been able to corroborate it with a second source, but you guys want to hear the most interesting rumor I heard about the Galdrim and those characters? I heard that those masks were added in post-production, that they're digital. They're VFX.
Ooh.
Now,
so does
I don't
that
know
mean
if that...
it, like, from an aesthetic point of view, or because they're trying to kind of hide someone's identity?
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I thought in terms of, like... Now, again, I haven't had this confirmed, so, like, that's why I'm just saying it on stream rather than tweeting it. And, like, if you guys do talk about it on Twitter, like, feel free to, like, add the caveat that I've said that, like, I haven't had this double... Like, I feel like to leak something, I would need to, like, have at least 2 separate sources. But, yeah, like, I have heard that. I'm not sure whether it's true, because if it is, that is some of the most impressive VFX work I've ever seen in my life, because those masks look so real.
You've already started the Celeborn comments with that one.
Listen, if the lead guy is Celeborn, then they're doing the whole fake name, and, you know, Zayt Sator, who plays, you know, one of our new cast member who's playing the lead Galdrim Brank. Yeah, sure, I guess he could be Celeborn. Listen, I don't... Anyway, there you go. You've had a free leak from me. Whether it's true or not, I have no idea. Someone who knows more about VFX could probably tell me whether that's possible, but if it is, it's incredibly impressive. Right, let me just check. Last questions. No, I think we're good. I think we're through all of them. Right, Anna, we've been going for nearly 4 hours, so let's wrap this up pretty quickly. Final thoughts, and what are your hopes for episode 4?
Gosh, final thoughts. Just, it's incredible to be back, for one. I don't know if 2 years ago, if you told me that I'd be back on the podcast again in 2 years' time, still talking about the episodes, I don't know if I would have believed you, but here we are.
Why?
And I actually really enjoy doing these kind of live streams, because your guys' comments, they're so intriguing and funny, and sometimes they're very distracting, because I'll see like a really funny comment out the corner of my eye as Harry's saying something like really insightful, and it takes me aback for a moment. But you know, I say this every time, there's like nothing more than I love than discussing the episodes with you guys, and just being back in Middle Earth. And just if we've had so many insane moments in the first 3 episodes, you know, we've had Golden Leaves, we've had the Anatar reveal, we've had Miriel's coronation and the eagle in Numenor. These next few episodes are going to be just insane. I would love a little bit more Numenor focused stuff in episode 4. If they've given, you know, we're past Miriel's coronation anyway, so if they're going full force with that plot, I'd like them to just carry on with that. Give us some more. Please give us some more Elendil. But gosh, I don't mind the slight detour away from Ruin. I think that plot can be put on the back burner for a while. As I said, I like it. I really enjoy the Harfoots, but there's a lot more that I need at the moment. And very, very, very excited for merry old Tom Bombadil tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're finally...
Can you hear me, by the way?
We're finally getting him.
Can Anna not hear me? I don't think Anna can hear me.
I can't hear you. I think my AirPods just cut off for a second, so talk to yourself for a moment and I will be back in 1 minute.
Okay, sure. I was thinking, like, guys, please tell me you can hear me, because if you can't hear me either and it's just Anna, but like I kept interrupting Anna there, but yeah, no, I totally agree with Anna. Like, it's been great doing this live stream. I didn't know that we were going to be doing these breakdowns this year as live streams, and they might not be every week. We might just need to record some of these off stream, just to save our sanity and not, you know, to just find an easier way to do it. But this has been so much fun doing it with all of you guys, getting to interact with the live chat. Also, massive shout out to the people who are supporting on Patreon. As I said, there's no expectation for anyone to do that, but thank you to the people who have signed up, and thank you for submitting your questions. I hope I we did a good job of answering them. And also, it was absolutely wild that we have been going for 4 hours and the concurrent viewers never dropped below 60. That means at least 60 of you have been here for the whole 4 hours, which is mad. I don't know what's wrong with you. God bless you. Thank you so much. And yeah, as Anna said, it's just been so much fun. And like I said, I don't know whether we're going to do these as live streams every week, but it certainly was a lot of fun doing it this way. And as for my hopes for episode 4, hope Tom Bombadil gets trod on by a mummakill, seeing as we got a mummakill reference in episode 2. And I'm looking forward to seeing the barrels.
You were won over by Tom Bombadil's song, so I feel like when you see him in action, as
no.
someone says, Marco says you're gonna be turned into a begrudging secret Bombadil fan, and I agree.
No.
And I'm gonna be there to say that I told you so, but I'm so excited to see him. We're gonna get the old Tom Bombadil song. It's gonna be whimsical, it's gonna be fun, and it's gonna be bomba-pilled.
No.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I've got to say. And that, dear listeners, is the end of my discussion with Anna, covering the first 3 episodes of Season 2 of The Rings of Power. As you can tell, we had a great time returning to this format after 2 years, especially getting to now do it with a live chat. And if it weren't for our busy schedules, we'd be putting out this content in a much more timely fashion. Once again, you have my apologies for this taking so long to bring over to the podcast feed, and for failing to bring you individual spoiler reviews for episodes 3 and 4. If you'd like me to retroactively go back and review those 2 episodes individually, despite the fact we've all probably moved on, feel free to let me know in the comments. I can only promise that I'll try to do better with the second half of the season. If you're somehow new to this podcast, make sure you subscribe on whichever podcast platform you prefer, so that you never miss an episode. And if you enjoyed it, why not leave a rating or review on Spotify or Apple Music? And as this episode originally came from a live stream on YouTube, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could head on over to Daily Rings of Power on YouTube and hit subscribe. That way, if you do want to come along to future live streams, you'll get the notification when we go live. And, as I mentioned last episode, I recently launched a Patreon for the Rings of Power podcast. If you are interested in supporting the podcast and receiving benefits like episode scripts, bonus episodes, behind-the-scenes updates, and more, head on over to patreon.com/DailyRoP. You'll find the link in the episode description. Of course, I must thank all those who have already supported the podcast and signed up to become patrons, with particular thanks to those Nenya tier patrons whose generosity is far too kind. So a special thank you to Beric, Jessica, Benjamin, MZ, Jake, Brandon, the Blue Wizard on Wheels, Lynn Ford, Frida, Claudia, Patrick, Kenneth, and Linda. Thank you to all of you, and to all of my Naya and Vilya tier patrons who help make this podcast and its continued growth possible. But for today, that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back very soon with another episode of the Daily Rings of Power podcast. Namaste.